Let's go, 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 let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. I got a bone to pick. I'm a little late, yeah, but better late than never. I'm mad, but I ain't stressing. True facts. One question. Where was you when I was walking? Now I'm running the game, got the whole world. King Kunta, everybody wanna cut the legs off him. Black man taking no losses, oh yeah. When I was walking. King Kunta, everybody wanna cut the legs off him. What's the yams? Mic check, mic check, mic check. And what up? Chidi, what up? Who that? What up? Drake, the king of hip hop, what up? You gotta tolerate the Kendrick music. King Kunta. Can you hear the music? Can you hear me? Yes, it just started. I was late. I was late. 2-man sound. Something's in the water. Something's in the water. Something is in a goddamn water with music. Something is in a goddamn water with art. I don't have Henny today. I don't have tequila. I don't have wine. I have tea. I've been doing too much. I was getting a little sick. I was like, you know what, guys? Let me stop trying to look like a rapper on these lives. Let me start drinking some tea. Let me stop trying to look like my favorite rappers. Chamomile tea. King Kunta, everybody want to cut the legs off him. It's not Earl Grey, it's chamomile tea. Chamomile tea. Oh, I got a Kendrick fan in here. A rapper with a ghostwriter. Jonas, welcome. Yes, yes. Everybody's screaming Compton. We're going to get started as soon as one of my favorite records is done. King Kunta. Yeah, I was. A little nappy head with the world behind him. Father John is screaming, Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Maury, who is uplifting a requirement? Go ahead, like that live. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get started. The whole world talking. King Kunta, everybody want to cut the legs off him. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about record deals, Jonas. We're going to talk about record deals. I want to have an intelligent live today. Why is uplifting a requirement? Good question. Why the hell is it? The funk, we want the funk. We want the funk. If I give you the funk, you're going to take it. We want the funk. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. If I give you the funk, we're going to take it. We want the funk. We want the funk. We want the funk. Welcome. I'm so used to every time that record is done on the album. I'm so used to after hearing that song. At the time you were conflicted, confused, misusing your influence. At the time you was conflicted, confused, misusing your influence. That's my nigga. I know y'all don't think Doc my nigga. And I'll play that King Kunta record to get this live started today. I mean, are we still going to talk about current events? Yeah, we will. But this King Kunta poster, I ain't got space for it. I don't know why. So the last video I just posted on my page, that's kind of like my new thing, like my little technique now. It's kind of odd. I just did a video on Dr. Umar arguing with a gentleman I believe named Mouse. and the conversation, I guess. Yes, we'll talk about Drake 100 gigs too. We'll talk about that too. We're going to find a way to talk about, specifically being on one topic and then talking about multiple things that went on or is going on. I am but only one man. But so let me preface it. The background doesn't mean that that's all we're going to be talking about. I just like putting a little background because people come in their lives all the time. They don't understand the purpose of the live. They don't understand what the hell this space is and what we do and how we do things. And it's pretty weird, right? But let's preface it. So Dr. Umar did a long podcast. Dr. Umar did a long podcast in which he was talking to Mouse, one of the guys from the podcast. And I'm actually going to pull up the podcast right now because I actually watched the entire thing. So many people have been tagging me from clips of that interview, and people wanted me to talk about that clip, right? They wanted me to talk about the conversation him and Miles Jones was having. But in the clip, let's get a little serious. In the clip, the problem is the clip is Dr. Umar pretty much crashing out. What institutions is black, as hip hop made for black community? But the reality is that when I watched the whole interview, yes, Dr. Umar does crash out a lot in that interview. But it's a two-part interview. There's part one and part two, both about an hour long. Dr. Umar is having reasonable conversations, y'all. He's having reasonable conversations. And then the conversation between him and Mouse goes overboard. My problem is when people were telling me to comment on it, when people were at me in the clip saying, "K, what do you think about this? What do you think about hip-hop's responsibility for institutions?" and people tagging me and all these things, I said, well, there's certain things I usually agree with Dr. Umar about anyway, but just off of reading the room, I'm like, no. But I knew that surface level, a lot of people would agree. Now, again, if you don't understand Dr. Umar's point, let me put it again in plain English. Dr. Umar made a few points. I wrote them all down. One of them, he claims that he could argue hip-hop is more responsible for the negative imagery presented about black brothers and sisters in America. Dr. Umar makes claims that hip-hop has done nothing for black people throughout, but particularly institutions. So that's that. Portia, you might think point one is right, but we're going to have a serious conversation today. Now, do I think I'm smarter than Dr. Umar? That's for you guys to decide. Do I think I'm more accredited than Dr. Umar? That's a no. Am I somewhat accredited as a Dr. Umar? Yes. Do I use it as the basis of how I have conversations about hip hop? No. I try not to because my degree from Rutgers University, political science, economics, that has nothing to really do sometimes with hip hop conversations. But this is one of the first few moments that I feel like it does. So let's go back on what I think Dr. Umar's two main points are and why I listed these questions up today, right? So I know you might be wondering, what do these questions have to do with day-to-day things that are going on in hip-hop right now? And I'm going to have some people come on soon once I'm done with my intro, right? And I'm reading y'all comments. I'm trying to stay on track to get the intro out the way because y'all know I don't like talking to myself. But I think what I want to do is, the reason I presented these questions up here after I made my own video, if some of y'all haven't watched that, hopefully you can watch it after the live, is that I realized on surface level, it's easy to see Dr. Umar's crash out about hip hop, which is very similar about a lot of the crash outs we're having now. It's very similar to the crash out that a lot of people had during the Drake and Kendrick beef. It's very similar to the crash out that our parents have about popular black art. So I was like, what do I name this? And I was like, okay, I'm going to name it The Unfair Burden on Black Art. The Unfair Burden on Black Art. And as I watch our day-to-day interactions, as I watch me comment on it, as I watch you guys comment on the things that I'm commenting on, as I watch the art get released, particularly music, and as I watch people other than Dr. Umar like Buju Banton who I had to make 2 videos on, a legend in his own right, someone that actually makes the art, going ham and saying, tell me what, sorry, my accent's gonna suck here. What are African music, what African music are uplift Africa? What African music are uplift Africa? And I was like, okay, here's some. But even then, the Buju Banton fans were like, no. So it's the same thing with Dr. Umar, right? So here are the 2 things. So let's now break it down before I bring people on and we can discuss these topics. And yes, I see some of y'all say, you don't have to do that accent. I'm sorry, Aunt. What are African music or uplift Africa? What I mean? All right, shout out to my Jamaicans, y'all. Let me drink some tea. What I mean? What are you trying to talk about now? You dropped the hardest painting, but no one cares. Someday people will, and I hope you're ready, Guap. Let's get back on track. I love when like artists and creatives say that. And you should stick around for this live. Because one day people will care and they're going to be so hard on you and say, why your painting ain't uplifting the hood? You like that, right? I care. DM it to me. Exactly. We can only be the change that we want to see, Guap. Like, what are we talking about here? Good. I'm going to check it out. I know you had, I think you had DM me some other joint, but I'm going to check it out. Anyway, let me get back on point. So the point is, on surface level, when I see Buju Banton and Dr. Umar saying what they're saying, I have to gauge 2 things, which is on surface level that because of the pursuit of virtue, we're always going to want to strive to align with the people that are demanding virtuous things. You know how, that's why people are turning against Mouse. But the problem is Mouse in that interview don't know how to actually argue with Dr. Umar. You look crazy arguing with a guy saying, hey, you see this thing that's rapping about guns and all that? These guys ain't doing nothing for rap. You look crazy arguing with Dr. Umar. That brother is not equipped to argue with Dr. Umar. I look crazy arguing with Buju Banton about African music and Afro beats uplifting Africa. But I can do it because I feel like although I don't have all the information, I have enough information about the music, number one. I think I know way more rap than Dr. Umar. That I can sit on. And I know that because Dr. Umar himself admits he don't even listen to rap anymore the way he used to. Oh yes, brothers and sisters. Oh yes, brothers and sisters. Oh yes, brothers and sisters. Right? So that's the first thing. We're getting commentary from people that are not actively consuming a heart in totality, number one. And 2, they're virtue signaling. It's hard to combat virtue signaling. Right? So that's my intro. Virtue signaling, don't have all the information. And I'll connect it because y'all love talking about this. But if you don't understand how that could be, it's the same reason why, if you're wondering, with the brain that I have, with how much I love hip hop, why I don't immediately run to the Kendrick Lamar virtue signaling fan base. Not just regular Kendrick fans. I'm talking about the leftist, oh, Drake is terrible for hip hop, and then why a lot of people get offended that I don't run towards that side. And again, it comes back to 2 things. One, I have most of the information. I have listened to almost, if not all, of Kendrick Lamar's music and Drake's music. 2, instead of virtual signaling, I'm here to have a conversation about actual solutions. It's easy to ask Drake, the biggest hip hop artist ever, why didn't you take an independent deal? Why didn't you're bad for hip hop, your customers affecting the culture, and then turn around, virtue signal during the beef, turn around, 50 rappers just came in doing nonsense. Tekashi 6ix9ine, Elliot Grange, son of Lucian Grange, now the CEO. Don't nobody got no ownership. Oh, by the way, the other rappers that are not doing quote unquote cosplaying, culture vulturing, you ain't played their music. You ain't gonna play their music until it's hot. Do some of them know how to work that balance? Kendrick Lamar, shout out to him, but he took a way to get there too. A lot of people forget that. You're virtue signaling, right? So when we have these conversations, you will notice that at any point, all across specific hip hop, but black music, these are the, or black art, I should call it, these are the things that we have to deal with. And at its root, the terrible thing is at its root, it all boils down to the fact that Negroes we ain't never had the freedom to even be entertained. I said it. We don't even still have the freedom to just be entertained. It's got to be a think piece. Are some of them warranted? Are some of them warranted? Maybe. Dr. Umar said, before I get to guests, and I want some of y'all to answer these questions as we talk about, I don't know how I'm going to connect this to DJ Mustard, but I have some opinions on DJ Mustard. I know you're going to be like, how are you going to connect this to DJ Mustard? Just watch me. The idea is that Dr. Umar said, oh, hip-hop has done more harm in how we are seen. Brother, hip-hop is just a tool. Take hip-hop away, they were still going to find reasons to look at us and call us whatever. Capitalism is what blew it up. Thank you, user. What do white people expect from rock, pop, metal? Yes, capitalism blew up hip-hop. And yes, that's why it's so easy to target it right now. But like user just said, you can be in a death metal band. All types of cult stuff, blood drinking. Don't nobody walk outside and say, that's the image I have of all white people. Of all 19-year-old white boys. Hip-hop is just a tool. If you got rid of hip-hop, they're going to find something else. Before hip-hop, it was jazz, zoot suits, and this, and you that, and you that, and you this and the third. Take hip-hop away. You think they ain't looking at the Afro beats? Look at the Afro beats. Look at how they, look at the reggae, look at the Rastas. Look at the, come on, what are we talking about? But the way they try to get me is because they virtue signal and say, so do you approve of gangster rap? Do you approve? No. Art imitates life. Art imitates life until capitalism grabs it and then life starts imitating art. What do I mean by that? It's a cycle, right? Young kid in a void, Chicago. Where's that void created by? We talk about racial injustice. We talk about lack of funding. We talk about even, and some of them are black leaders, bad leadership. Void created. Young man living a reality. If you never played him a single rap music, that'll probably be his reality. So he makes the music. The music's talking about the reality. He makes a way out. At every turn, it's a burden because the white people, they saying it, the ones sitting there, look at him, looking at gangster, look at Chief Keef, right? But sign here, sign here, sign here. So you getting hosed there. Then Dr. Umar hosing you. These young kids sometimes, he hosing you, look. See what I mean? They not doing what I would do if I had the money. Dr. Umar, drop an album. But I don't care. Dr. Umar, drop an album since you think that's what figure it out, buddy. So then now he's getting that pressure. But then what happens is, could there be another kid who maybe is not living in that void but wants to imitate that art? Yes, but it wasn't that life imitate arts. It's that art imitates life at its root. Right? Yeah, of course it's easy for someone to say with their money. Anyway, let's take some calls. Let's have some guests join on. Y'all know I don't like talking about myself. And then when we talk about why people can't understand why I think there is a space for a Kendrick Lamar, there's a space for a Lupe, there's a space for a Talib Kweli. User, get up here. I would love to hear your insight. There's also a space for Drake. And even with the detriments of a Sexy Red, there is space for her. But that's why I list some of these things on here, because when ownership is involved, when we also take accountability as an audience, if we care so much and we think Dr. Umar is so right, why are we listening to certain things? Oh, is it because we're human at the end of the day and certain things get us excited? It plays into our emotion, it plays into our dark triad traits. I love watching me some Italian gangsters. Do you think I think all Italians are gangsters and mobsters? I love watching me some superhero movie, people jumping up, bad guys shooting. Do you think I might like listening to me a little pop punk rock? Right? At what point? That's why I said, are the black entertainers, did they become the new freedom fighters, educators, and politicians? And I'm not just blaming black people for not being educated freedom fighters and politicians. I know deep in our psyche, no matter where you're from, what kind of black person you are, you know deep down inside, you may not remember, people gonna remind you, a politician that wanted too much, a leader that wanted too much, either the CIA got him or the FBI got him. Either MI5 teamed up with the CIA and the KGB or whatever. I know that. I get it. But there's no nuance. Let's put somebody on. There's no, all of it is a bunch of black art. You ain't even got the freedom to be entertained anymore. What's going on, Maury?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Shout out. What's up? So I feel like so heated about this because I get in arguments about this with my friends all the time, but I think there's just there's just like you meet those rap fans who just have this superior attitude when the artist they kind of crown or champion, like a Kendrick, right, puts out these ideas, and I think it's needed, but I've never felt the need for my artists or the artists I love in rap to be a freedom fighter, simply because of the fact that the people that I want to do these things are our politicians, right? No offense. I want educated, influential individuals to push those ideas forward, because they're in the spaces to actually make change. Now, can a rapper like Jay-Z make change? Absolutely. Can artists like Kendrick make change? Absolutely, right? But their job is to make music, right? Their job, and it can be to like push these ideas forward, reach the masses. And if they want to work with these politicians to do it, I think that's a great job. But that's not what, I don't know if you remember.
It seems like you're answering my first question, right? You answered my second question. You're answering question 1 and 2. It seems like you agree. You think that making uplifting music or being uplifting is not required to make black art. That's the first thing, because entertainment is entertainment.
Black art is about us, right? Some of the music that we love, right, is based in controversy. It's based in violence, drug dealing, and stuff like that. And that's because they were speaking about their lives. There's beauty in that, right? That you're taking your reality and you're taking your pain and you're putting into the music. There's nothing more beautiful than that to me at times, right? Like, hey, that's a therapy that people can take and they can empathize with and they can grow with. I was watching a Rory and Mal podcast the other day, and they were talking about artists that they grew up with, like a Jay, like a Cole, like a Mac, even though he's white, right? But like they grew with these artists, right? They saw them mature and their music mature with it. And some of that didn't have to do with politics. It just had to do with like, hey, they're realizing, oh shit, the shit I did when I was a young boy, it's kind of fucked up. The shit I did was a young boy.
Can I connect something real quick, Maury? Because you said something, and remember, I promised you guys that although these lives are going to be moving into a space in which I keep them very specific, I know that, as we grow together, I can't promise anything yet, but I am in conversations, because I can't do a podcast on my own. And what I mean by that is like without someone or some people pushing it out to the world. I know that's very complicated, but anyway, let's get to the point.
My fault. The point I might be yapping.
But. No, you good, Maury. No, you're good. I want to get back to something. So what I'm trying to do is, while working, I'm just explaining to you guys so you know I don't know. Sometimes I feel like this is what artists don't do, and I try to make sure I don't do the same thing. I want to like to explain you guys when I do certain moves, so you don't like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like Drake just dropped more 100 gigs, and it's like I love it, and I'm like, what is he doing? I know what he's doing, right? And I always promised myself I would never be that guy. So we're all gonna talk about 100 gigs, but so anyway, but so speaking of, bro, so I'm doing this thing right here, but I want to let everybody know that I intend to ingest the current events and things that have happened this week into it. So what I want to ingest right now, Maureen, this is how we're going to start doing this as I try to pitch this show into a podcast to certain people. You guys will find out later. Is I want to talk about the Democratic National Convention, right, Maureen?
Okay.
And I know you're going to be like, well, what am I doing? Throughout this week, I've seen LL Cool J and Joe Budden talk about commercialism versus culture, and Dr. Umar's like, oh, well, what institutions have niggas built? And I'm watching the Democratic National Convention. And this is not an avenue to bash the Democratic National Convention, because if the Republican National Convention was on today too, I would be using it as the same thing, right? And I'm watching this party show, and I get why it exists. I'm not about to dink Kamala Harris now, right? I know why it exists. I know the purpose of these conventions. I get it. And I'm watching like my governor, and I made a video about my governor. We're from Jersey, you're not, and I'm hyped and shit, right? And then as usual, every time I get high, I get back low, right? And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, damn, there was mad people in there with him. State senators, Senate commissioner, and I looked around and I said, people know every rapper in the world. They didn't demand everything out of every rapper in the world. They didn't demand this rapper does this. You better rap about this. You better represent the culture. You better do this. Boy, them boys are sitting at that convention. You do not know your state senator. You do not know your representative, right? So, not you, Maury, but you get my point.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. So it's so funny. I don't know when this switch has happened, right? I don't know what is happening. And if someone like Dr. Umar is peddling these things while simultaneously peddling how politicians won't do anything for us and don't vote for Kamala Harris, don't do this, this is not going to do anything for black people. And I'm like, okay, at what point, brother, who is supposed to do anything? Is it you, the savior? Is it just you? Do we all just look at Dr. Umar and just pray to Dr. Umar? Or do we all start taking some responsibility and saying, okay, well, there's different type of art, different type of musicians. We can put this person out there, that person out there. Okay, cool. Let's try to gain ownership. Let's try to work and support each other. You know what I mean? And that's where it's like the disconnect is coming from me, because at what point are we going to start having real conversations about what artists really were here for in the first place and what they're capable of doing? Because some of them aren't even capable of the thing that you're asking for. No, for even if you put $30 million in their pocket. I know that sounds insane. They don't have the logistics in their head unless they just sat down with somebody and gave them the money and said, okay, go build a supermarket. That's still a business endeavor. Right? Are they good at it? Is it a risk they want to take? And this is when we talk about individualism and community, right, Maury? So I just want you to finish your point so I can kind of move on, like have everybody kind of sort of answer some of these questions or give their quick take. And I want to talk about some other points.
And I guess where that comes from is this idea, and I don't know where it came from, is that like black artists, it's like they owe us something. And not to say that they don't, right? At the end of the day, you owe me good music, right? If I'm gonna come out and support, you better give me some fucking bars. But like, you know, I don't listen. If I don't need NLE Choppa, right? Making conscious style music. I don't need that from him. Right?
No disrespect to NLE Choppa.
No disrespect, but I don't need that from him, right? Like you make your music, I'm gonna enjoy it. At the end of the day, you never see fucking Adele fans or Taylor Swift fans or Beyonce fans or whoever saying, oh, they need to sing about this or they need to sing about that. Why are we doing it, right? I like art, I like rap, I like music. Whatever I get from it, I take from it. And if my artist is giving me they're not in the space to give me the music that I want, I'll go to another artist. It's as simple as that. I think our politicians are doing a disservice to us, and so naturally, as like a community, we've like latched on.
We're seeking onto other people,
right?
We're seeking latch on other people with power and influence.
At the end of the day, some of these artists are young boys in the hood who had a talent, made it out, and now like people are asking to do things that they're not equipped or willing to do, and that's perfectly fine, because that wasn't a lot of motherfuckers rap because they wanted to, they had an idea, they thought I had a talent, and they wanted to get out there. Now a lot of them rap because they want to get money. Hey, that's cool, right? At the end of the day, we're all trying to eat. So why are we trying to
Hold
put
on.
always on them, right?
Hold
Why
that
we
thought,
trying to
Maury.
put this? Yep.
Hold
I'm
that thought
sorry.
because there's more I'm gonna want you to. So I'm gonna put you on standby for now because you just touched on something. But the reason I kind of stopped you before I move on to the next person real quick, so we kind of
All
there's a
right.
few people I'm gonna want to add on. Maury, I want to just really point out something as you were talking that somebody mentioned that was very relevant to your point, and they said it's still a focus on how it's somehow on capital and how it was somehow trickled down from the elites. Motherfuckers tell me like, oh, can you blame every problem on Ronald Reagan? Motherfucker, I think I can. I'm starting to believe it. As you're talking, Maury, I'm listening to you, and Sandy commented, I said, motherfucker, trickle down economics is back, Reaganomics. And I'm like, oh, I think Sandy is right. And now let me tell you guys what I mean. If you look at every problem in your life, it probably just come down to Ronald Reagan. When we talk about, oh, how is the art changed? Let me get this fan going. How is the art changed? What's the difference between what we had? Oh, my God, I almost ended my career. What's the difference between, almost ended my career. What's the difference between how art used to be before versus now, etc., whatever the case might be? And I'm thinking, we most certainly moved on into this post 80s. And if anybody's older than me that can speak to this, we moved away with, like, as Ant is saying, removing certain social nets, believing that if, we just let the money go up, it'll trickle down. And also, there are other things outside of what Ron Reagan does. When you look at Citizens United, and then more money being into politics, corporations having more of an impact, that we have trained our brains as a community, right? We
Right.
have trained our brains as a community to not look. And although I know a lot of non-leftists, a lot of non-liberal people are going to be like, oh, that's not true. You want small government. We've trained ourselves to not look for our politicians anymore. We've trained ourselves to not make demands. But the human mind is so sick and demented, right? Like, and I use that as just a figure of speech, that we're
I
looking
like
for
that. I like
leadership.
that.
We're looking for leadership. Most of us, let's keep it a beat. Most of us, if I asked you all one-on-one, you would say you are. But the reality is you're looking for leadership. And if you weren't naturally that way, you were bred to be that way. You were raised to be that way, right? You go to school, you have a principal, you're looking for someone to do something, someone to answer something, someone to, because guess what? Being a middleman, that's less work. You ain't the bottom. And I ain't say every one of us wants to be a bum, but I said most of us are looking for leadership. Most of us are not trying to be the organizer. Most of us are not trying to be the person starting the topic on a live to just disagree with Dr. Umar. All right? And I mean that with all due respect. So when we see, and there's room for followers, like you said, well, the best leaders are the best followers. I get what you mean by that. But when you see the conversation we're having now, I'm like, yo, wait a minute. Who can I point out to being responsible for us looking to the millionaires to trickle down? Please, please, Daddy, let the money rain pour. Let it pour on me. Jay-Z, you're a billionaire now. Please, Jay-Z, please. That's why I told you I posted that video when I told you I bought into the Jay-Z Brooklyn shit. I was like, oh my God, my favorite rapper, Jay-Z, he's gonna work with the Nets. He's gonna bring jobs to Brooklyn. Oh man, I love Jay-Z. Right, let me open the mic to somebody else, man. I told you I've been drinking tea because
Can I say something?
Gabazia, absolutely. Give me a second, boy. You don't care that I'm dying, do you? Oh God, God. And
It's
you know what,
pronounced.
Gabazia? Go ahead, Gabazia, please.
It's pronounced
We'll
Baka.
go in a different order. You can go ahead. You can go ahead and just do a little intro. Give me what you got.
Yeah. So my name is Rose, but the name that I have for my TikTok is Bakla. So
Oh,
that's
I
how
thought it
you
was
can look.
Gabazia. I don't know why. GB, I
Yeah.
should have known.
Yeah. So I wanted to kind of go back to what Maury was saying about like kind of basically expecting our politicians to carry out certain leadership roles. I agree with that. But when it comes to art, like I think back to like when I took the AP government classes where they were telling us about how the media has an effect on like what the nation would do. Like they used to in the magazines and the radio put like nuclear families, white two-parent households with a boy and girl and things like that. So like that's basically how the media has an effect on our people. And while art is simply an expression of whatever is going on, I feel like, you know, people have a I feel like people have the right to question certain artists, you know, or like the perpetuation of certain like I guess negative ideologies that come from our music. I mean, obviously it didn't originally start as that, but like as time passed and as, you know, the culture has changed, you'll see more of a change in music. And now I think of that little kid named Lil RT. I'm not sure if y'all know him.
Yeah, I do. Fucking hate him. Well, fucking hate one of him.
Yeah, I think of that. And I always question, like, how did he get to that? Like, this is a baby. He needs to be in school. I mean, he still goes to school, obviously, but like the things that he's rapping about, it's just like, I don't know. So I kind of understand both sides where it's like, hey, these people make music, they're just expressing, and you can't really tell somebody not to express themselves. But I feel like, especially with the climate that the Black community is in this country, I feel like if you have the platform, you know, I guess
Can I agree with you and push back at the same time?
right. Go ahead.
Oh boy, that brother loved playing both sides. I would agree with you that propaganda is a real thing. I would agree with you that people are very impressionable, right? I would agree with you. But I'm gonna hit you with an extreme point right now that sounds wild. It's dehumanizing to assume that in black art, particularly hip hop, in which 70% of the consumers of it are not black, that we are able to understand and give the non-black consumers the benefit of the doubt of how when they receive this stuff, they end up being okay. But when the other black kids that look like Chief Keef consume it, they will not be okay. Now, I know that's a simple, extreme way of saying what I'm saying. I know that obviously there are consumers of the art that are black kids, right? That live in a messed up environment already. So the music doesn't help, right? So if you're already from a bad neighborhood and you listening to drill music,
Yeah, I think
that's not gonna. Yeah, that's not gonna help. Yeah, girl, I'm always calculating. Don't worry, I'm always calculating. I can argue that can't help, but if you draw the cycle again, it's almost like you then are saying that there are some required things that most children should have to be able to combat any type of negative connotations. It's almost like your kids, if they weren't listening to rap music anyway, but were playing Grand Theft Auto, but were playing Mortal Kombat, but ended up listening to punk metal, that they were gonna have to deal with this anyway. And if they didn't have the reinforcements at home in their communities to combat, to rationalize that entertainment is entertainment, they were screwed from the get-go. But here's what we'll do. We'll say what we're saying, not you, but I'm just saying generally, and then act like the little black kid's the only one listening to the music. And then when it's time to start having a conversation about cultural representation, then we'll double down, spin the block and say, okay, forget the influence this music or the art will have or the comedy will have on the kids. You then start doing that thing, not you, but I'm just saying generally, don't embarrass us outside. That's that black thing. Don't embarrass us. Don't embarrass us. So you admit in any way that we ain't the most ones consuming the content. And then you triple down, quadruple down, and you say, okay, well, the people only making that type of music because we don't even control it. Then now you got to go back and realize, oh, at the forefront, we don't even own this stuff.
Exactly.
Right? So I get what you're saying. Like, I get like the nuance of each part of the conversation. But the way I generalize this thing is at its forefront, I want to challenge everybody to think like, yo, are we in a way kind of sort of, you know, even though we want the, like, we mean well, are we kind of sort of like, I don't know if the word is dehumanizing, or like, are we sort of making demands out of our brains that I know it's because of circumstances that other people don't have to deal with? That does not mean that the music can't get better. That does not mean we can't have more representation of different type of music. That does not mean that we can't change the business structure. But it's like, what are we talking about here? You get me? Does that?
I feel like I was more looking at it from like a I myself am a spiritual person. So I was looking at it from a more spiritual and psychological um I guess perspective. And you're right about how we're not the only people who listen to our music. So obviously
It
they
wouldn't survive if we were. It wouldn't survive if we were. I'm talking
exactly
about even if we go like all black people across the world. Like if the only people that listen to any type of black art were black people and consumed it, right? And no disrespect to us as black people, most of it wouldn't be as popular, right? When you talk
right.
about going to concerts, like, does it help that an artist can tour in Africa? It helps, right? Does it help that an artist can do shows in New York where there's some black people? It helps. But in terms of this elite level that it's on, it's everybody's favorite thing to say about Drake.
Wait, I have a question. Could you repeat the part you said? What specifically did you say was dehumanizing? Like in a short.
The idea that other people can consume the art and they'll be okay. We don't say it, but it's what we imply. And they'll be okay. But when it comes to us, we argue that when we consume, this is just one of the few problems. We also argue about representation, right? And then we also argue about the demands we want the people that are making this art to do. But on that section of something that is being consumed by everybody else in the world, how come everybody else in the world ends up being okay? But
I
we
feel like
assume that with us, we'll end up in some, without thinking, oh, maybe that could be an icing on the cake. But it's almost like what actually causes you to be an unhinged human and to make certain decisions and join gangs is less about the soundtrack. Let me tell you something. If you
can
create
I answer
unstable,
that? I'm
yeah,
sorry.
please go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I feel like the difference between those two audiences is one doesn't have a cultural, spiritual, and psychological connection to that music. So it's like me listening to rock, and I never had anything like I'm a black person. I never had anything to do with, or honestly, I don't know if rock is the best example, but like something that's outside of my culture or something that's like away from me, I could appreciate it. I could, consume it, but that doesn't mean that it will have that same psychological effect. Especially like if it's something that's perpetuated in my environment. I feel like you have to more be in that environment for to have specific effects rather than
Well, but
to just listen.
that's what I'm saying though. But let me push back a little bit on rock. There's a lot of music that is not known to be black music now, and a lot of my African American brothers and sisters can attest to this. That was black music. That was
Yeah,
of the
that's what
soul
I
of black
said.
people, like country and rock and roll. All right. But to the point you're making, I'll agree. That's what I'm saying. I said, well, the stuff may have a higher impact on you if you actually in the situation that you got to drill and somebody's making drill music. Right? Like I get what you're saying. Like I understand. But I'm saying at its root cause, if you weren't in a situation, if you weren't in the positions that a lot of these non-black kids are in, don't matter what kind of music I put in front of you, you ain't gonna go out drilling unless you're just a cuckoo.
You're right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so I agree with that. Like it definitely depends on like um your environment and your cultural surroundings as opposed to some white kid from the suburbs. But even with that, you'll see like there are some white kids, let's say a lot of Louisiana Creole, or people in that area, right? There happen to be people of white skin or white people there that absorb that culture, but they're still technically white, right? And then They'll get on social media and we'll see them talking with the accents that they grew up with. And, you know, a lot of people, they're questioning, like, how have you absorbed this culture? And I kind of look at that like as something to say that the environment totally matters to how your perception and what your actions, you know, like what actions you will take based on what you're absorbing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but this leads me to like I just like a comment that somebody make like rappers promote death and destruction, so therefore they owe the community something. Do you think the people that promote death and destruction have enough foresight and have enough insight in the back of their head to be like, yeah, I sold crack for 20 years? That's an
Yeah.
anomaly.
Yeah, I feel like
You think like you think about it. This you think the same like you think NBA YoungBoy? No offense to him. You think that NBA YoungBoy is like at the forefront of his brain, right? So like I rap, but the difference is like I rap, grew up in a two-parent household that although we lived like what I would call like right on the money of what you want to call the hood, like the city got eventually worse. The point is, one, I got two parents. Two, education was important, right? So the background's a little different. If I were to make money, right, like Kendrick Lamar is like an anomaly actually when you think about the content. That's a brother that probably did a lot of reading. Even Drake, but whatever, or J. Cole. But I went and got a degree. It would make sense for me to be like, damn, I'm sitting on $20 million. I know I'm just an entertainer, but what can I do, man? Because I read 17,000 books on COINTELPRO. I read 18,000 books on, how Europeans affected Africa. Those things are going to be on my forefront. So it's easy when I'm sitting on 20 mil, what can I do? That's just a byproduct of my life experiences
yeah.
versus NBA YoungBoy, who you're hoping can gain those life experiences.
Yeah, I feel like instead of trying to go to people like NBA YoungBoy for like answers and things like that, because it's like it's an intricate system, right? It's not something where you can just say, "Hey, instead of talking about this, talk about this." You know, it's like actually
You
coming
don't know nothing else.
exactly. It's like coming to you and say, "You as a
did I miss you by
sorry,
mistake?
I'm sorry,
Sorry. You good. No, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you kind of make that
yeah,
last point.
yeah. So I feel like it's like coming to you as a janitor who had a bad experience as a janitor and say, "Hey, don't talk about your experience. You should talk about something else." But basically, I feel like
Talk about the uplifting experience at a college campus. I wasn't on a college campus. I was just a janitor there.
Yeah, I feel like instead of asking them for answers, we should just like try to not work around it, but like find other ways to just create this.
The reality is the balance was distorted though, G. You feel me? That but the balance is distorted because over commodification, more people sign into record labels, they're looking for more things. So the balance is gone. Like what you want to tell me about the 1980s and the early 90s with NWA? That's the height of the crack era. You thought I wasn't gonna see gangster rap? But while that was happening, I still saw a rise of conscious rap. People obsessed with the 90s. You think the 90s in New York was a great time? Now, were some of those brothers like a little more like, and I had better OGs to teach them stuff and like kind of, yeah. Right? But say what you want to say about Tupac. Like, yeah, Tupac has some insightful stuff. There's some stuff at Tupac I hope nobody ever thinks. That's the rest in peace Tupac. That's the embodiment of what I am as a black man. Most certainly not his most popular song. That's why I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker. Get money. West Side. Don't you motherfuckers got sickle cell or something? You niggas back the fuck up, I get smacked. You think motherfuckers want to put Tupac at the forefront? Pac this. I'm like, you think I want that? Like, that's not what I want.
Say that.
But I also know that it's not fair to Pac because I know he had balance. I know he had Dear Mama. I know he had other stuff, right? I can't use Bomb First, my first reply. Gay Z, like I can't use that, but it's the duality of a man, like you are saying. But not only are we lacking less duality in the individuals and giving them the room to grow, but we're also having less of the sort of overall different type of artist. I'm gonna put you on. I don't know if you want to stay on. You can.
No,
I
I'm
just
good.
want
I'm
to
good.
kind of
I said what I needed to say. Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you so much for Tyler. I know I go. So I know.
Yeah.
I hope you got to get all your points off. And I still want to kind of move things along a little bit. Let me go to Jonas because you've been holding for a while, Jonas. And then I'm probably gonna go to Aunt Portia, back to Issa, and I want to kind of keep the conversation going a little bit.
Hey, thanks. I just wanted to talk
And I
about
want to talk about DJ Mustard. Y'all make me sure I don't forget because of his shit about Drake being weird, but then he also said Drake is the Malcolm X of black people, of white people. And that's also why I want to talk about that. Why are you calling a happy? You know what? Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
All right.
Go ahead. Bro.
I was just thinking
What's
about the
going
Dr. Umar stuff again. Like, I kind of agree with him that maybe it didn't create like a one single institution, but it created like the biggest interest out of any institution. So like when I think of hip hop and stuff, it just started from people at parties rocking the mic, and now we just have all these global brands that just get to like reach out, employ people all over the world, and like it's steadily growing. And I think one aspect of like uplifting is almost like freedom. It gives people like an opportunity to just create whatever is like going on in their mind, whether it's for good or bad. It's like I think he's just trying to dumb it down to like one specific thing.
Like he's just trying to make his point more specific.
Yeah.
Salita, thank you so much.
Like a JP Morgan bank. Like
but that's here's my problem, right? Like the better question would be why are there not enough JP Morgans? Right? Why are there not enough Rockefellers? They didn't make their fortune coming in doing rap or doing music or any type of music. These were businessmen who made great decisions, got lucky, worked within the community, then became bigger than the community and became impactful overall on a country, Jonas. But the question you should ask yourself is, why are those not plentiful for black people in America? And if you ask yourself that, I don't have to answer because Dr. Umar answers those questions all the time. But what he sees, Dr. Umar sees a path. And I know what it is, right? It's like, it's this idea that if there's a path, take it, right? And the path is, okay, forget the fact that these niggas don't got degrees. Forget the fact that they're not educated on the topic. Forget the fact that they're just civilians who just want to make a ton of money. Forget the fact that they are owners. They are, essentially in perpetuity. Their art is owned by people who probably don't care about our best interests, right?
Yeah.
They now have money. And I know the impact of money. They now have influence. So therefore, do something. Do it. That's the path. And it's like, no. Right? Issa, I'll bring you up on a rhetoric. We could holler on that. But in short, Issa, the rhetoric is simply just Dr. Umar, when I watched the whole 1 hour podcast when he, asked the guy Mouse, when they one institution that hip hop has ever created. And I said, the brother Mouse went into, got in. The one thing about me is, that's the thing, when you see me in the streets, people not savvy enough. They not savvy enough. You're going to ask me what institutions, hip hop built. I'm savvy enough. You're not going to drag me in the mud. Motherfuckers like getting in a mud fight. And we can switch it up. You want to do it as scholars? We can do it as scholars. Or we can do it like this. You want to pull me into a mud fight? You asking me in hip hop and institutions. The institution of hip hop itself, black people don't even own that. Let's wake it up. The institution of hip hop itself, the music business itself. You asking me to go open grocery stores. You don't even want to solve the issue here. And that's why when we talk about, let's move on and talk about Drake 100 gigs for a second. That's why when I made I want to make this still a fun pod. I want to bore y'all to death, right? But that's why I talk about Drake's 100 gigs for a second. and why people think I feel a certain way about Kendrick or whatever, or because at its core, when I'm listening to the conversations, I'm listening or I'm watching the actions to see, is there another play? And was there an opportunity for another play? Right? So everybody has came on a live today to come tell me Drake released more 100 gig stuff. That's cool. Do you know what I've been thinking about since Friday? Is the music gonna come down off Instagram again? Do you know why? Because I want to know what the status is with the label. It is all I've been thinking about. I can't even enjoy the bleeping music. So everybody arguing in the comments, they get 100 gigs every day. This song's fire. I'm with you. I'm shucking and jiving with y'all. I want to know, is the label going to bully him again? Or was it a bully the first time? What's going on? I want to know. You know why? Because of the biggest rapper in the world, that sometimes people put burdens on them. Sometimes people want to remove the burden. And they want to put the burden. If the bigger rapper in the world can't just do Lucy's off a licensing deal, right? Where are we at? And you Negroes want to talk about, can we have less gangster music and less sexy reds? Do you even know if Drake can post on a website? Give a damn about a sexy red. If all of us were to hold out right now and be like, none of us are going to be the next sexy red. They need just 4. They need just 4. They'll find a random 4 and they'll put them in there. And it's going to work. Because at the bottom line is, we don't even own anything. And the ones that are doing it, we have to give them grace, right? We have to give them grace. We have to let them slowly get there because I don't know what the fight is. Rock Nation just started a distribution department in collaboration with, I believe, Equity. I think that's the name of the company. And I said, oh, okay. But now I have to watch sequences of Jay-Z's deals, like the Rock Nation deals. What kind of artists are you going to put on? How hard is it? What's going on, right? It is still a licensing deal if you can't do that. And I'll tell you why. A licensing deal does not mean you can do whatever you want. But what does not mean is that you're in a slave deal. If I give you $400 million and I say we're going to capitalize off your likeness, off your music for X amount of years that you licensed the music off to us, and we paid you up front for that, for everything that comes out in the next 5 to 7 years, whatever the time period is, that's what a licensing deal is. Kendrick got the same thing. What was the language when at that type of elite deal? What was the language when they didn't consider that in hip hop, we do things like dropping Lucy's? Is everything up for sale? All right, let me shut up for now. Jonas, I don't know if you had something else to say. I want to move on to him.
In terms of like the Lucy's,
gotta eat a cookie
like
to keep me calm.
Lucy's he's done since like the Meek Mill beef. If that makes any sense.
Is the first Lucy since when?
The Meek Mill beef, like when he put the 3-pack up on like SoundCloud.
Yeah, everything goes on streaming now.
Yeah,
that's the new game. Everything goes on streaming.
But in terms of like Drake's deal,
I lose the tea as well.
I hate when people think there's like no advantageous stuff to his deal. Like they think like it's all one-sided for like Universal. Like in this licensing deal, I'm pretty sure he owns like most of his masters, and like they're doing splits on the pub. Like I think a lot of people would take that deal, especially at that amount of money.
But Jonas, let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
But this is what I mean by the burden. So now, when I did my live on, was it Friday, guys? Some kid was on here ranting for an hour. And he said, and I quote, Drake could have just went fully independent. He would have checked the music industry, but he's too scared and he's a loser. He could have made $600 million independent alone. I said, what? So now we're putting the burden. Look at all the burden we put on, including my dumb ass. You got to be introspective. You got to build communities. You got to don't work with labels. You got to own everything. You got to promote the culture forward. You got to be a doctor. You gotta learn how to do open heart surgery.
Yeah, I think like to be the brand and like the artist that Drake wants to be on that level, Kendrick included, like you need massive
That's it's
capital.
an operation.
Exactly. Like
That's a whole
yeah,
operation.
yeah.
And this is coming from someone that used to say and still says this is the easiest it's ever been to get the music to your consumer. You're watching it happen. Drake is trying to do it. On 100 gigs today, they uploaded. This is why I said, but then you won't give him credit for that. On a 100 gig site, uploaded the content, right, guys? Uploaded the content. The music, all the music are now available for download again. Remember, when the first three, It's Up, Blue, Green, Red, Housekeeping went off, right, and went to streaming, they weren't available for download. They're available for download. The new three are available for download. The easiest it's ever been to get the music to the consumer, right? I want to have a conversation about that. If you put the burden on him if you put the burden, yeah, I just noticed that. I'm on the site right now because everybody keep talking about it. If you put the burden on him and he wants to lead that path, you're not even willing to open your eyes to see maybe he's leading something on that path. But then you'll move the goalposts and say, but all the songs you talking about is blah. He ain't talking about nothing introspective. And I'll say, that's what we got Kendrick for. You don't want to have a conversation. But then when Kendrick is doing that, then they'll start knocking Kendrick. Kendrick don't work with every artist. That I say that's what Drake is for. Then they'll say, oh, Drake doesn't do that. I said, well, J. Cole talks about that. Well, so J. Cole doesn't. I said, well, what about this person? We're just going in cycles. We're just going in cycles. Right? Buju Banton tell me it's no music uplift in Africa. I listed 20 songs. 20 songs. In the comments, there's a Jamaican dude in there. Just say you want to defend Jamaica. It ain't even a white person. I don't have no arguments with white people. That's pissing me off. It's a Jamaican in there. None of these songs uplift Africa. None of these songs. I should slap the shit out you, make you sit down. Let's read the lyrics. If Johnny had 5 apples, let's read the lyrics to Techno. What's the record, y'all? I keep forgetting. What's the record from Techno Generator? Rah rah. Let's read the lyrics. Not too much on Jamaica. You right. Much on Buju Banton and the commenter though. Much on Buju Banton and the commenter though. Let me tap into my Dr. Umar. Much on Buju Banton and the commenter though. Oh yes. Oh yes. So we run around in circles. Okay. I don't know what you guys know about Nigeria. Let me fucking preface it. They ding me for cursing, I don't care. Now I got a little bit of crash out going. No wine, just a cup of tea. Let's get into it. And I'll let the other guests talk. My country people. Oh, wow. The first line, my country. What fucking Afrobeat song? The first line is some Fela Kuti shit. My country people then go talk, then just go perambulate. Social story every year. NEPA no blink light though. NEPA no blink light. If you don't know who NEPA is, I was born in Nigeria. NEPA is the National Energy something. They're responsible for the function of electricity in the country. For a modernized country like Nigeria, one of the biggest problems that we're having, everybody is so comfortable. We're going to buy a generator, the people with money. There'll be no light in certain areas. When the light come on, everybody's screaming up NEPA. What kind of world is that? All that oil? Everybody got generators now. They didn't even want to solve the problem. Is it innate as us as black people to not even want to solve the problem? Okay, Buju Banton and the Jamaican commenter, plenty greedy mano, take it poqueto, forget to take it poqueto. It doesn't have to be crazy, but it's just, that's the first verse. How is that not singing to uplift Africa? Forget about the big things, make it talk about the small things, Oh, rappers, Afrobeat people don't sing about nothing else. In the motherfucking hook! He says it. Forget about the big things. Say we make our talk about the small things.
It's so good.
Say we talk about the small things. Who's next on the list? Who's next on the list? Which one of my so-called niggas? Which one of my so-called niggas? Which one of my so-called niggas need a shout from the clip? Always knew I had to smoke y'all niggas. Good kid, man. City van, no pop shit. Let the door slide. Buju Banton want a clip from me, man. I'm let sit. Yo, stop playing with me, yo. I'm fucking stop playing. How you doing, Ant?
Okay, that was good.
How you doing, Ant? I hope everything's going well with yourself and your family.
I guess. I just
He said, I guess. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, what's up, bro?
I think that the main crux of this is that, by the way, I'm not an Umar Johnson supporter. I think that Umar Johnson is low-key full of shit. And like people only take him serious because he says things in a way that sound profound when anybody with half a lick of sense knows but whatever. Anywho, at the crux of it, I think that people attack who they have access to, right? Which is right. So you don't. So the average
Who's reachable? Who's reachable?
Yeah, who's reachable, right? Like for example, right? People are saying, "Oh, why are Palestinian protesters at the DNC and not at the RNC?"
Because they know they can't reach the RNC.
Exactly.
The RNC don't even give a damn. You can scream with 10,000 mics.
Exactly.
Man, not here for that.
So like, so like condemning hip hop is the most
lower hanging fruit.
Yes, it's low hanging fruit that's been going on ever since the '90s. With I think that lady Dolores Tucker, that was name. She was.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Hip hop, and it's like the conditions that make the situations that you're complaining about were here before hip hop. To always go and condemn is that like, oh, they're rapping about this, that, and the third. Yeah, well, if their circumstances weren't as such, they wouldn't have to rap about it. So people always want to put the onus on hip hop. Hip hop is not positive. Hip hop is this. Hip hop is that. And yes, there are certain things.
Hold on 1 second. Hey guys, we're getting a link on the elections because me and Ant brought up the DNC. So anytime you say the algorithm is crazy, so anytime you talk about anything, any way, if you say Trump, if you say anything, they will put it at the bottom because they don't want misinformation to pass. Oh, shout out to Angie popping in, yo. You late, cuz. Well, HQ LLP, stop playing, yo. I might start firing people.
I feel like you're trying to begin infighting
No,
here at the firm. I feel like you're trying to initiate some infighting because I did not get any type of welcome when I came into
No,
the,
Issa, I said, I interjected to give you
you're trying to pit me and
thing.
Angie against each other. I see a pattern. But that's okay. I'm gonna let you have it.
Massive manipulator. Massive. Every action is distasteful. Every action.
I'm gonna go on mute. It's fine.
I gotta let Ann finish.
Bye, Ann.
He used to call me a master manipulator. Every action is distasteful. I can even see your angles. You're not as calculated. It's calculated. Oh my God. Sorry, Ann. My bad. Ann, come on. I don't want Ann to lose this point. Ann, please. I'm listening. But I just wanted everybody to know why the U.S. elections. Please, Ann. Sorry. So sorry. Ann, go. My bad, brother.
But it's like I was saying, people attack who they have access to. As of right now, people feel that they have access to hip hop and other black people, as opposed to the actual institutions that are really have the power. And that's not to say that that individuals are faultless. But
let me ask you a question, Ann, because I think you would have good insight on this. Where do you think it starts and ends with entertainers, black entertainers? And after answering that, do you even think it should just be about the individual and instead of like this collective thing that we feel like all people have to do as far as what your content is, what you give back to your community, etc.?
Well, this was about to be my second point, actually.
Okay, good.
Me personally, my thing is that you don't want to help niggas, then fine. Then don't hurt them. But at the same time, if you don't want to help people, fine, don't hurt them. If you want to be a rich nigga in the hills and just want to spend your money on whores and whatnot, don't hurt them. That's fine, whatever. But then don't turn around and then do some bullshit. Like if Jay-Z wants to go and buy a $300,000 watch, that's his business. But then don't go and partner with a white billionaire to take $300 million from Philadelphia public schools to then go and make charter schools.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's where your community, at least for you, that's the line. That's where the community mindset's got to come in, because it sounds like you saying, you ain't got to be a liberator, you ain't got to be an educator, you ain't got to be a politician, but at least be mindful as someone that came from here of your capitalistic moves and how it affects people that look like you or of you, because the reality is most of your counterparts that are not from the hood and are white or Asian or whatever would probably do the same.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's
a great point, brother. That's a great point. And I'm about to take that. Because at bare minimum, that's all I can ask from you.
Exactly. Like, yo, go make your money. Go sell $100 t-shirts and this, that, and third. I don't care. But then don't turn around and then participate in the harm of your own people and then try to sell it to us as something uplifting. Like,
Gotcha.
like for example, right, when you brought up the Barclays Center, right? When I went to college in upstate New York, I met people from Brooklyn who unfortunately had to move up there because they couldn't afford. They were on Section 8 in Brooklyn. Jay-Z helped the Barclays come to New York. They couldn't afford to live there, so now they had to move their entire life up to Binghamton. So,
Chris, what up? Upstate, stand up. I was just on your live today. I didn't know you was from upstate New York. Might be coming up there soon, but that's a whole nother conversation. And thank you so much, because I want to kind of wrap up your point a little bit before I move on to somebody else. What you said at the end with Jay-Z, you know, I tell y'all I'm a former Hovenger or part-time Hovenger. And bro, when I saw the, excuse me, y'all, when I saw the Barclays move, I was a little young, so I was like, man, this is, you know, you get all the talking points. It's going to bring jobs and then when I started hearing from people right next door and, you know, and it started affecting me, people moving to Jersey, I'm like, oh, and maybe all of it wasn't Jay-Z and Brooklyn and the Nets, but some of it is that.
Less than 1%.
Yeah,
less than 1%.
No, I'm not even just talking about that. I'm just talking about all the developments and things like that that's forcing people to screw on over, right? The Barclays move is one of them. Right, in terms of so it's funny that you even say it's less than 1%. I thought it was a huge percentage. I thought this was a main thing, right? But let's connect it to the main point. And the idea is that the reason me and you, I guess, can no, Jay-Z did not create gentrification, Oakland. Holy mackerel. How did you get that out of our conversation?
He's a troller.
I don't want to have to block you, brother. What the hell? When did we say that? Compartmentalize, listen, process. Compartmentalize, listen, process. Compartmentalize, listen, process.
You mean like perpetuated instead of created? Like, I don't know.
Perpetuated is a real thing.
Yeah.
Like, and when I say perpetuated, it doesn't, this is the problem with entertainment. So, G, I'm glad you unmuted yourself, because this is the conversation we're having, right? When we talk about impact, right? At the end of the day, the people that have all the like actual power, the money, and the real like behind the scenes influence, they just need Jay-Z for the face. Because unfortunately, that face sometimes, it's like dating a girl. A face pretty, you don't care about nothing else. But a face pretty, it give you the end to go talk to her, and then you figure out if she's for you or not. A lot of what's happening with our entertainers, especially black entertainers, they need them as a face. Right? It's easier to sell Barclays to Brooklyn when Jay-Z's the face.
And then when
Angie, would it have happened with or without Jay-Z? Yes, but it's easier with him. Or you might have found another face. And it doesn't make it the worst thing ever. I'm not saying that the bar, and again, hindsight, you know, revisionist history, I'm just saying in terms of at the end of the day, to Ant's point, which is just make sure your moves ain't hurt nobody. And he probably didn't intend for his moves to hurt nobody. Like somebody said in the comments, Jay-Z, think that was the right idea. He thought that was a good thing. But let's go back to Kaepernick on the NFL. Y'all want to talk about it? We can talk about that. What's the responsibility? Is Kaepernick's responsibility as a football player to stop, police brutality? No. But he decided to take that path. Do I have to ask every other football player to do the same? At one time I thought so, but I was like, no, that's not their job. Right? But what I would have wished is nobody would sabotage him. What I would hope was he was able to take whatever thing he wanted to take. But what I know is that they're more concerned about Kaepernick taking a knee because when you're a face, when you're a football player, you're popular, that's more impactful than Dr. Umar. Ain't nobody want to knock off, no offense. I'm not saying he doesn't get death threats. Kaepernick kneeling every Sunday without saying a word is more dangerous than Dr. Umar doing a live every Sunday. Right? Just so I don't want to go on a tangent, but let me go to Issa, and then I'm going to flip to Salita and Sandy. I want to keep this dialogue going. Y'all got me going today. I don't know why. I don't want to eat my goddamn cookie. Issa, what's up, girl?
Thanks for that opportunity, Kate. Thank you to everybody on the panel, and shout out to the chat. Grateful to be here. Sorry that I was tardy. But so much I want to say. You know me, I be taking notes, so I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm going to see what I can get out.
No, when I cut you off, I cut you off. Don't worry about it. Just go.
Okay,
Just
yeah,
go.
Cool. I'll see what I can get out before you cut me off. So I thoroughly enjoyed your discourse, G. I forgot how you said I'm supposed to pronounce it, but your real name is Rose. Mine is too, actually. and I love, Team Rose. And I love what you said too. And actually, Jonas, everybody had good points. I just wanted to share that. But as I heard, I started shouting y'all out because specifically, Ant and G shared some things that really, really lit a spark. And when you were talking, Ant, you started talking about the moves Jay-Z making recently, and I was like, damn, like he making some great points. And I always like to think outside the box and play devil's advocate just a little bit. And I realized so many different things. First of all, originally Black art was political, and I don't know if we woke that up already. I was tardy, but it was not necessarily something that was intentional. It was hella organic. Like all of the stuff that we've made post-slavery era, like even the stuff that they was making, in that basement music, like that Creekwater music that was not mainstream, it came out of the struggle. And even some of the earliest raps, it's like a jungle sometimes. It made me wonder how I keep from going under. Like that's all they had to talk about. And so even without even trying, that's what it was. And so that's the foundation. And we cannot move those old landmarks, no matter how much we try to change it around and fix it around. And that goes back to the conversation we had the other day, Kay, that there has to be a reemergence, a renaissance of education about the history of the craft. Because we don't have the rights. We do not have the rights. As millennials, as Gen Xers, as definitely, alphas, we do not have the right to try to change the face, the tone, the tenure, the cadence, nothing about what we consider hip hop. And I realized recently that rap and hip hop are two different things. And that conversation also needs to be had. So I just wanted to kind of just throw that out there for us to kind of do our homework, hopefully our own homework, understanding that all art forms inside of the Black community was political. The jazz was political, the blues, the rock, all of it was political. And we do not have the right to change that. It's just, are we going to be content? And that brings me to my next point. Can we, as melanated people in America, okay, because it started with us. I understand we're in the diaspora and we're all over and everybody feel like they got something to say. But at the end of the day, we talking about children of slaves who epigenetically have our own internal struggle. And I think my sister G/Rose brought that out. Spiritually, we're going to connect with it differently because we don't have any control over that. It's literally embedded in our genetics. I want y'all to look up epigenetic trauma and what that means and how that stuff was passed down to us. And so when we're talking about owning our Blackness and what Blackness looks like, you can be in proximity to it, like she said, growing up in the bayou and all of that. But literally, like your phenotype, your hair, like the tone of your voice, all of these things, the shape of your nose, shape of your lips, all of that comes with the Black experience. And so we cannot rewrite these rules. The next point I wanted to make was we know too much about artists now. Back in the day, none of this is new that we're talking about. Who people were sleeping with, what they spent their money on, and all of that stuff. None of this is new. Because of social media, we know way too much about our artists, and we can't enjoy the art without feeling like they owe us something. And that's unfortunate for us. We're unfortunate. We're the unfortunate ones, not them. It's unfortunate for us because I just want to hear music and not care. Like, damn, that nigga did this. Like, oh wow. Like, I just want to hear the music because I just may be having a bad day, or I need something to ride to, or need something to clean the house to. Like, I grew up on Saturdays when my mom would play this or that or the third, and Anita Baker made me feel away. I just want to hear the music and dream about one day being in love like I was a kid. We didn't have all of this baggage. It's not even funny.
Hey, so can I bring you back real quick?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right. So I wanna let you know that I'm in complete agreement with how, especially let's use hip hop for example, right? So like specifically with hip hop, let's use hip hop, reggae, and Afro beats. Let's do that. Hey, with hip hop, I think I can stand with you and Rose, like the connection. Let's say hip hop, country, jazz, right? I can stand with you and Rose and like, okay, the connection that someone who's of African American ethnicity would have to hip hop, right? Even if they aren't aware of it, like there's some people who are awakened. It's gonna be a little different than like maybe, and there's probably levels than like maybe I would have to it versus like an Hispanic person versus like a white person that grew up in the hood versus a white person that grew up in the suburb versus a European. Because like a white American, that's a whole different thing than a European versus like an Asian. You get what I'm saying? So I'm willing to go with that, right? And I'm willing to say that the same would go for any other genre, like in different cultures. Like there's a different connection that a Dominican person, although it may have continental African drum elements, would have to merengue. Then no matter how much I studied it, right, they would just probably be a little different, and there would be levels to that too. So I'm in agreement with that. What I do want to point out though, and this is a connection that I'm noticing with black music, other than just hip hop, I'm talking about reggae, dancehall, and Afro beats. And this is what Buju Banton was talking about when he was arguing the uplifting ain't there no more. And you said, well, the music has always been out of the trauma. And I would say it's always been out of the experiences and what's going on. And I would say, not that I'm minimizing it, but I would say, in the 70s, when certain type of jazz music or something like that was being made, or country music that was depicting the experience in America, and I'm not doing the Oppression Olympics, in the 80s, Fela Kuti was making music about colonialism and criticizing the Nigerian government, where his mother got thrown over a building yay high, and he had to carry her body to bring it in front of the military dictator's office. Two different, fights, right? So, but what I'm trying to say, well, the reason I'm saying all this is that when we compare, so I'm establishing that there's been times in different parts of the diaspora where black people are clearly speaking to things that Buju Banton may prefer, right? But now what I want to introduce is there something that's happening, and maybe this is the renaissance you're speaking of, that's changed the landscape of how the kids, me, whoever, makes music nowadays. Because the direct Jim Crow things, post-Jim Crow era is not the same. The direct colonial thing is not the same. The wars in Vietnam are not the same. I'm not saying that there aren't troubles now, but the troubles are a little different and sometimes so padded that although the effects are the same, the people can't see it happening the same.
Can I ask you a question for clarity's sake? Are what you
and I just want to use the word neo-imperialism, but go ahead.
Are you because you actually brought up something that somebody they added me and asked me to point out something? Are you speaking to the face or the tone and even the vernacular of politics and music? Like that's what's evolving?
No, I'm speaking in terms of how, like, this in 2024, there's this weird thing happening, and you will notice a lot of people, sometimes people that I disagree with, like when they talk about, like, let's say like race relations, or like international influence in the continent of Africa, or a majority urban black communities, the lack of funding and things like that. Let's just use those examples, not to get too deep, right? And before, I don't know, maybe because it's happened in front of us, before it was easy to just put it at the forefront, show you, like, listen, look, that dictator is there because this country did this and did, right? Whereas now you've got this kind of weird, like, neo-imperialist, like, and then you've got this weird, like, capitalistic world where sometimes money supersedes everything. So it's hard for people to pinpoint like what the problems are, what's going on, right? It's hard for it to, and when you can't do that, right, and you got this overconsumption happening, it's gonna be hard to get that translated into the music as easily as it used to be in the 70s in America for Black Americans, and at like maybe in Jamaica with reggae, or Nigeria with Afro beats and Fela Kuti and whoever else in Dubai or whoever else. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead, because I agree wholeheartedly, and it brings me to my final point in this round. And thank you for taking the time to break that down that way, because I'm still learning about the macro melanated struggle, because we still haven't gotten our house in order here as ADOS, as American descendants of slaves. And we have to know that it's different, because when you talk about colonialism, it looks different on every continent. And so I'm still very much trying to learn how to raise my vibration to understand the struggle on other continents. So thank you for being patient with me. And if I ever offend somebody that's melanated and they live in another region, I apologize in advance, because I'm still learning myself. And this brings me back to the same point, Kay, that, and Erykah Badu brought this up before about the 5%er. There are 5% of us in culture that are responsible, no matter where you are. You could be at the workplace, it could be religious, it could be educational. You are seers and you see things, and I'm speaking to you, Kay, because you're answering your own question, or maybe you're not. But we have an obligation, because you know what it does for me when I go back and watch old movies, and I go back and watch. Matter of fact, I just watched Scandal. I binge watched Scandal recently, and after that I took a break and I watched Waiting to Exhale. And I cried at the end of Waiting to Exhale, and I cried during Scandal, because they represented eras and thoughts that don't exist anymore. Like the way the ladies look, their bodies being natural, all of the different things. And it's an unspoken communication is 80% nonverbal. We have an obligation to put old media and old conversations in front of this generation so they don't forget where they come from. We're overthinking it, in my opinion. Whereas if we just introduce them to different things that we experienced, even if we just told our stories without us being all hype and crashing out like we do on this app, just saying that, I feel spiritually, getting back to my sister G Rose, sorry I renamed you because I hate butchering people's names. My sister Rose said that spiritually, you're just going to respond to certain stuff. And I really think as you move along this path and you maturate along this path, Kay, you're going to find your stride, because that keeps coming up as a theme. And I'm just saying that as somebody who likes to learn and who also likes to teach as best she can. I know that once we start putting these dots together, because you got a little bit, I got a bit, G got a bit, Ant has a little bit, and it's no big eyes, it's no little U's. Once everybody starts to do their part, the picture's going to come together, and we're going to know what the problem is. And by osmosis, the solution is going to come. Last thing I want to say, this whole thing about what wokeness looks like, and that speaks to the cognitive dissonance. Somebody asked the question, does Drake's music move the culture forward? And I said, absolutely yes. And then Portia, before she left, she said something so profound. She said, did it make you get up and dance? And somebody was like, absolutely. And I don't think she wrapped it up, because I went through the comments to see if she responded. I heard an elder tell me recently, joy is revolutionary. As somebody who's always in the struggle, you have to make time to make love. You have to make time to laugh, because we spend so much time being mad and sad. And so absolutely, if you take, shout out to you, sis, if you take the beat away, would you think Michael Jackson was revolutionary? No. But when I went back to listen to that music, some of us will, because they woke enough to see that he was. But when I looked at his song, he said, if you don't want a baby, then don't have a baby, because somebody gonna be crying. That baby sitting there dying, somebody screaming. And now if you read, I'm like, damn, that he was spitting. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us. That's political. And then the story of what he went through to make that video in Brazil blew my wig back. He was a real one. He had to make deals with the cartel to even make that video. And if the video doesn't happen, the art does not come across like it needs to.
Let me ask you a question. Versus then versus now.
Yeah.
When did fucking get Ronald Reagan's bum ass again? Hold on 1 second. I know you're gonna be like, what am I talking about? When did They Don't Care About Us come out? Come on, they
When did
beat
it?
this
Who?
in.
They don't want to.
They
They
don't
don't
care.
care
They
about
don't care
us.
about us by Michael Jackson. What year did it
Oh,
drop?
I don't want to lie.
1995. All right. Cool. I'm gonna fucking Ronald Reagan. Hold on 1 second.
No, you good. But I didn't. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna mute my mic. But I just. This is just for the. This is just for the whole
Fucking
group. Kendrick does not monopolize what woke music looks like because even I got a whole list of people: Boys to Men, Jodeci, Luther Vandross, Mary J. Blige, Aaliyah, Prince, Beyonce. If y'all go back and look at the lyrics, Aaliyah's last album had DV themes on there about her walking away from a relationship because the dude twisted her arm and put his hands on her, and she not going for that no more. And she said, "I'm never dealing with this ever again. Last time was the last time." And how many girls who's celebrating toxic relationships need to hear a song like "Never No More" from Aaliyah?
Issa. So I'm glad you made those points, and I want you to hold on for 1 second, right? Because this is what we're gonna do. You always give me good insight. But here's the thing. So all the music that Issa was just pointing out, right? And I may not agree with everything that she says. She knows me. I'll tell her. But I do agree with her a lot. And she knows me. That's why we rock. And let's just spend a lot of time on what I'm just agreeing with what Issa's saying. And I'm trying to figure out, are we just now living in this reality so we're just complaining and these problems have always been what it was, and people always maybe used to argue that Michael Jackson wasn't revolutionary and wasn't conscious enough? Or did we just reinvent this, or has the problem gotten worse? And I'm listening to Issa point out all these songs and time period, and I'm seeing 90s, early 90s, late 80s, and I'm just being funny by blaming Ronald Reagan. I'm really just being funny. But I'm also not being funny in that when you see the world, I'm just talking America specifically, I'm just being a dick, but when you see the world change from an avenue in which we allowed creatives to be creatives and figure out their path, and then when a story comes out that, oh man, you had to work with the cartel, oh man, you decided to make a dope video about how they don't care about us. We're not looking at like people above us, like give us money, let it trickle down, please speak about us because the government, we're not looking for that. And I'm trying to figure out, as Issa just finished and, she had a diatribe and I listened, has something changed from those time periods to now that we are seeking, and that's the first question I presented in the first place. We are seeking way too much out of these entertainers that they would have provided anyway if we just let them rock. And if we did a lot more gatekeeping and cleaning up of what's what. Like, are we asking so much about Drake? Just, what have you ever done that we missed? That once in a while, oh, you did God's plan. That's cool. No offense to the Michael Jackson fans. Don't tear my head off. But hear me out. Just hear me out. God's plans, they don't care about us. I know. I'm going to unmute somebody else because if I speak more, y'all going to take me out. Just hear me out.
I have to say something.
Rose, just...
Okay.
Just hear me out.
All right. I want to go a little bit further back. I feel like there is an issue of ideology, meaning some of us, we view like our perceptions of music and culture and how we're absorbing it is based on whether or not we're pro-Black, we're Pan-African, we're Afrocentric. It really depends on like what belief you have. And I wanted to go back to something you said earlier, or you're comparing the times. And I feel like when it comes to like older times or like the evolution of music and what we were talking about back then, I feel like nowadays, I won't lie, liberation, revolution is not cool. It's not a cool thing to rap about. It's not cool. It's not, what's the word? It's not It's
It's
not.
not that popular, but Rose, is it because it's also because that revolution seems like talking about revolution right now in 2024, where the internet exists and everybody is where it is and we are where we are, you look even more insane than back in the day when someone was telling you that you still can't drink from this water fountain.
Yeah, I feel like
It's not the same.
Is trendy the word you was gonna use, sis? Trendy?
trendy. It's not trendy. It's when I said cool, I meant trendy. Like, okay, if I rap about the system, right? Some people argue like that. What's the word? Mumble rap. It's for the vibes. You know, it gets us up. It makes us dance, right? And sometimes they'll be like, oh, don't nobody want to hear all that. Don't nobody want to hear all what they saying. So I feel like it really is dependent on like how do I even phrase this? Do you get what I'm saying though?
No, I get what you're saying. Hold on, just hold on 1 second and you can interject again. I want to see if Salita, Sandy, when you see me, you know me, and Angie. So let's go in order. Salita, what's up? Talk to me.
How you doing? How you doing? I do
What's
believe it's a
going
bit
on?
of a cycle. And I think that depending on where we are collectively from a spiritual perspective, that's the art we create, right? So when we're feeling like hopeful, we tend to create more revolutionary type art. When we're not feeling hopeful, we tend to create stuff that soothes the pain. But
So what
to
are
that,
we right now? What are we right now as a whole?
well, this is the thing that is challenging for me is that because of the internet era, we are so many things all at once. Because again, I am one of those people who believes in us as a collective and not as an individual. And so that's where I am probably the oldest person in this conversation. I remember when rap was only played, whether you want to call it hip hop or rap, between 10 p.m. and 12 p.m. at night on one station from the universities because it was revolutionary and it was culture and it was shocking and it was supposed to wake you up. But at a certain point, when everything became so capitalistic, we lost control of it. And I even didn't notice when it happened. It was all of a sudden there were just people who were in the know, were at the cookout that I had no idea even knew we existed because it used to be an inside thing. And I think that with the globalization of our cultures as well has made it really hard for us to hold on to it. And there's definitely a concerted effort, I think, on the other side to focus on the bottom of the barrel. It's and I put it in the comments. It's like making that same slave movie over and over and over again. We all know what happened. Some of us maybe still need those lessons, but there's a whole bunch of other movies that are not getting made while we're always making the same slave movie. And it's the same thing, I think, with some of the music. We need everybody, like you said. We need the J. Coles, we need the Drakes, we need the Kendricks, because we are all J. Cole, Drake, and Kendrick. We're a little bit of all of them.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're not. I think it was really disingenuous that Salita. Thank you so much. You make great points. You know what? If some of y'all, I hope this is how y'all see me, right? Salita, you make really great points. I mean, those are really great points. But your last point is like when I use the big three, and I've been going around saying like, yo, I love all of them. I like things about them. I hate things about them. And I look at just music overall. There are things that I go like, I know my life is not just revolution, revolution, revolution. My life is also not just sex, sex, sex. My life is also not just money, money, money. My life is also not just exercise, exercise, right? Most human beings, maybe some people are like that. Most of us, we live, even the ones that are the fighters that would end up being educators, we live a life that is full of all these things and all these emotions and all these experiences, even when we don't want to. At the end of the day, you can be the most disciplined revolutionary. Why do you think we love all these revolutionaries' wives? You can be the most disciplined, I want to be focused, and then you got some wife that's like, hey, sure, honey, I want to do this, this, this with you. Now look at you. You at the museum looking at this, this, this. You at the fun place looking at this, this, this. So I'm saying all this, Alita, because there are a lot of creators on here. Let's go back to the beef. Fucking real. Go back to the beef. Wow, listen, I'm watching them. And they like talking to how like, And when Kendrick Lamar he embodies the black music and how it just triggers, and then that's what. And I'm like, yo, shut the fuck up. I know you got a bottle of Henny in a fucking car right now. You gotta let me see your fucking bar. Maybe some. Let me see. I know you did some dumb shit. Martin and Malcolm took vacations. I know you argued with your boss. The report will be ready at 7 p.m. Don't worry about it. You took some shorts before. I know you don't. Like the idea is that these people come on here and they get all self-righteous about how Dot, right, is the only one that's doing the music right. And I'm like, oh, that's because you also think he's the only one that's doing life right. But if you listen to the kid told you he made a lot of mistakes. He made a lot of mistakes. Right? So when we talk about the burden track, kid, this is the topic. This is what we're talking about. When we talk about the burden on black art, it almost seems like now, like Salita is saying, because the internet, everything's so globalized and we all live in our own little, what's that called, echo chamber, right? If I'm on leftist TikTok, pro-black revolutionary music is the only music that should exist. Because I'm known to be on leftist TikTok. And I got to keep feeding into leftist TikTok. Even when sometimes I can't see that the actual entertainers I'm talking about aren't leftists. They may be liberal in thoughts. They may be progressive in ideas. And like you said, I just made a video about how Dot is coming. His next album might be all flex. Woke up looking for the broccoli hockey. Is he still gonna make it a concept? Yeah. And then what? You gonna turn on him too?
I think the worst thing would be for Kendrick to try and do that. Kendrick needs to be Kendrick.
But that's why it seemed but it's not that Kendrick needs to be Kendrick, but you would kind of almost be going against your own point too, Salita, is that the reality is that Kendrick,
well, he is
at this point, Kendrick at this point just bought a $40 million crib.
But Kay, but you see how hypocritical that could be, because he's making it seem like the
because I wanted to win, Issa. That's the point I was trying to tell you niggas from the beginning. Yeah. I wanted to win. Give a damn if it. Okay, that's why I wish him and J. Cole really went at it. Give a damn what type of music you making. I want to win. Whatever I'm going to say to help me win is what I'm going to say to help me win. Because like y'all just woke it up, as the kids would say. Y'all both just woke it up. The reality is that we know deep down inside, because if I put a GoPro on everybody's head on this live right now, not y'all, because y'all my peoples, fuck that. Moschino Dorito. Who's next on the list? Which one of my so-called niggas need a shell from the clip? If I put a GoPro on his head right now, and like a stray cat, I just watched him live his life, I bet you I could ding him non-leftist move. 2 points off your scoreboard. Non-leftist move. 3 points off your... Ooh, that's not very pro-Palestinian. Ooh. Because even the most disciplined of us, right? As we're running around, you all like that cat, we're going to run into stray cats that want to take us off. We're going to go, we're going to need food. We're going to run out of food. We're going to make decisions. And then that leads to what I'm saying, Salita, is that as we live those experiences, the artists are going to come and put those experiences on wax. But like you're saying, Salita, we live in such an environment now. Everybody, we in a T era, like somebody said in the comments. Everybody knows everything. So therefore, every move you make is bad. So therefore, you must not be contributing well into the black plight and this, that, and the third. Right?
Where do we find though? I feel like where do we draw the line between criticism, especially as a celebrity, and like just attacking?
Well, I'll tell you what it is. So for me, it's I look at criticism like, is there one? Did you find any value at all in what you're about to critique? And outside of your value, what are you asking to be added on to that? That's how I approach, like, for example, when people say, can you listen to this album and rate it? I said, fuck off. I'm not rating the album. Here's what I can do for you. If I worked for a publication that would, and that's what I'm seeing, you see the duality, I would sell my soul. Is that quickly? Look how quickly I just sold my soul. If I worked for a publication and they wanted me to give you a fucking album a score, I would. But I said, since I don't, here's the process I like to use. Here are the records I loved. Here are the records I liked. Here are the records that were okay. Here are the records I hated. When I love something, I don't have nothing to add to it. I liked it. It could have been better. You could have did this. It was okay. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you didn't connect with me. Here's what you could have done. And I hated this shit. Please don't make anything like it again. But here's the problem, Rose. Everybody now just does this. I hated this shit. Please don't make this shit ever again. I hated this shit. Don't ever drop this again. That new Drake shit is ass. Nigga just dropped 3 more records. Nigga throw he's 6 for 18 on a beef after the bullet. What I can do if I don't have constructive criticism, if I don't have legitimate criticism, I can ignore you and go give people love. We got, and not you, Rose, and I'm gonna want to move on to Sandy now. We have all this conversation about sexy red. Go ahead,
Can I
Rose.
just say one more thing before we move on?
Yeah, please, Salita, go ahead.
I'm saying this knowing I'm opening up a Pandora's box and saying to you that I'd like to do a different live about it. But back to responsibility and where you started, I don't look at it as a responsibility for the art to do something for the community because they're artists. It's because they're Black people. I don't care if you're a doctor or a dentist or whoever you are. Either you care about others or you don't. And if you care about Black people as a culture, then you have an onus. Yeah, well, not even the education, because even the smallest
I'm not even
things,
talking about education, like college education. I'm talking about like the knowledge. Like you can have a big homie that teaches you about taking care of your community.
Exactly. Which brings me to this thing that I want to say. I am less worried about this conversation than I am with this conversation between Nick Cannon and Cam Newton. Because future situation.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and all I really want to say about
actually, please, Salita, don't move on. I want you to talk about that more, and then I kind of actually want to talk about that today. So please, wake it up. Just go ahead. We'll go. You got time. Go ahead. Talk about it.
To me, at the basis.
And please explain. Do you mind explaining the Nick Cannon in short and Cam Newton to people so they know what the hell we're talking about?
Sure. What I was going to say is at the basis, I think that you owe yourself to have, if you're going to be a person who creates a family, to at the very least create a good, healthy, happy family. Bring more humans in this world that will not do harm. Back to Ant's point. Don't bring people into the world who are traumatized and are going to be, trying to find their entire lives the truth of the matter. And so when I think about people like a Nick Cannon and a Cam Newton, who are men who have made it from, they've done the pulling of the bootstraps. They've used the entertainment and the sports to get where they need to go, and are now considered these unofficial leaders just because they're the ones who've made it to the mountaintop and whatever they're good at. And they are so narcissistically, and I know people hate that word, and so cavalierly talking about the fact that they want so many children, but they're not that interested in marriage. They want, and so both of them have had these conversations with a therapist, Dr. Bryant, and just you could just see them, the entitlement. The entitlement of I want children, but because I'm not fully healed myself, and I'm leading still from a place of fear. I'm not going to get married. But they have absolutely no consideration for what that might be doing to the children they're creating.
And that was what I wanted to say. Yeah, and I want to, before I move on to Sandy, I want to just have everybody understand is that what Salita was talking about is clips of Nick Cannon, clips of Cam Newton, where they were talking to a certain therapist. I won't forget about Mustard. I don't know why y'all think if it's going to be my outro, it's going to be my outro. I'm not going to forget about Mustard. But I want to, and they were talking about, how they're not ready for marriage and they are having kids, and the therapist was trying to explain to them how they're, their train of thought is a little, flawed, and also because it's not just about having kids being unmarried to one woman, it's multiple women. Y'all know Nick Cannon's story. And I thought that that's actually pretty relatable to what we're talking about now, because although I would consider Nick Cannon an artist, Cam Newton would be more of an entertainer, but it's all under the same umbrella. And when we look at these two men and the things that they're talking about, granted, Nick Cannon has done a lot of things for people in entertainment to help black entertainers. These are all public figures, right? Thank you, Will. I'm sure Cam Newton is doing a lot of things for football camps for young men. I've seen that. But it's so funny that I still wouldn't look for them. I would take anything that they could give me to add, right? And I would say thank you. But then to Ant's point earlier, guys, but at the same time, what negatives are you bringing on? Now, is having 8 baby mothers that detrimental when you have millions of dollars? Probably not, because at least you can still, they're not going to be one more kid out there that isn't financially okay, but it's probably going to affect how much contributions you can make. I don't want to get too deep into that. But how it connects to this point, though, is that I could actually argue that, and someone like Future, I can actually argue that for whatever reason with rap, we put more onus. I don't get it. I'm starting to realize we put more onus on like rap shit and like specific black art, like music and comedians. We put more onus on them than the people that are further away from things like rap, like a Cam Newton. We give the athletes a little more like we go like, all right, you're just an athlete. So, that's just my kind of like what I'm thinking about on that. But so let me kind of, because we got Sandy. When you see me, you'll know me. Angie. We don't have that much time, but I want to see if you guys can maybe got some new insight. The 2 hours went by fast. I'm probably not gonna finish that 500 out today. Sandy, what's up? I saw your comment. You said your brain is moving 1,000 miles per hour. Please don't lose me. Stay with me. Stay with me. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So I want to try to bring it back to some stuff you were saying earlier to start it off with your neo-imperialism point, because it's interesting that
I never finish on time. Motherfuckers think you got black people time. I bet you got color people time. Have you ever heard of NPT, Nigerian people time? My brothers and sisters, if the wedding ceremony says that it's going to start at 4 o'clock and you show up there at 4 o'clock, that's your problem, because that wedding will not start until 6 p.m. Then you plan on going home from 4 to 8. You will be there at that venue till 12. Get used to it.
Time.
Get used to it. Nigerian people time. Get used to it. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Ed told us all the time he go to a Nigerian church. I would, you know what? Sorry, Sandy. I would wake it up how time is a colonial construct, the way we know it, but I don't feel like doing that today. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. I don't feel like that. Last time I told niggas that, I got death threats. I don't feel like it. When I say I was being racist against white people, I don't have time, because that's why I said when black people start having diaspora wars, and I'm like, oh, okay. It's very funny that I came to this country, I had no idea what a colored people time was, and then I came here, and I was like, wait a minute, what's happening? They're like, yeah, that's colored people time. I was like, no, we call it NPT, Nigerian people time. I was like, oh shit, you be late, we be late too. I'm like, oh really? Is this our time? What? And I started doing some reading. I was like, oh, we go off. This is different. I don't want to talk about it. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. Sandy, go. I don't feel like it, because if I do it, and my bad, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
There's a lot to talk about. So I want to say a few things. So a lot of the things you're talking about, there's also a generational difference where there's a bigger generational gap between my generation, because I'm, Gen Z, later Gen Z, versus your generation and people in other generations. Specifically Gen Z from other generations, there's a huge gap. And specifically when it's brought up into a lot of the points you're talking about, now concurrently, a lot of these people don't know about a lot of these other facts when they grew up in school and stuff like that, and they view certain things differently, right? Like when you're speaking specifically about how people are viewing Kendrick and Drake now, and I think Issa brought up a great point that Kendrick doesn't monopolize conscious rap and stuff like that. That would be true before then, but because of capitalism, Kendrick essentially does now, right? A lot of the people in a younger generation, they're gonna grow up and they're gonna first experience with that is gonna be Kendrick. I was in school and saw people my age and younger than me look up and see, for a lot of people, Kendrick was
they see him
time.
as the. Thank you so much. They see him as that's the representation of conscious music. Meanwhile, someone like me has heard it. What are you gonna tell me about Mos Def and Mathematics?
Yeah, for a lot of people my age, Kendrick was the first time they've ever heard a rap and jazz fusion. Period. It was the first time they've ever experienced it. And that is such a momentous thing for a person and for a generation, for a group of people that is way different. It's way ingrained into them. And that is a very important aspect, right? So people are going to look for things like Kendrick, right? And they're going to they consume, a bunch of Kendrick, right? And then they're going to start looking, all right, what are people like Kendrick? So they're going to go to J. Cole, right? And maybe they'll find maybe they'll find Rhapsody and stuff like that. And then as they start exploring that, then you're going to have the divide between them and Drake, right? That's Gen Z. Now, go generation below that. Now you have, the next Gen Alpha, right? These people who are growing up now, right? They know a lot about Drake, right? And stuff like that. But they're still in a very much more transitional age. So the beef comes out between Kendrick and Drake. Now these people are exposed to Kendrick because Kendrick's been so absent for the past couple of years, right? And when they're exposed to that, now you have a flip because they're, you're younger, your mindset can change much more rapidly. So now, right, there were teachers talking about it, right? Where they said they had a group of kids in their school or their entire school, very Drake-centric school, and then all of a sudden the Kendrick beef comes out. And then over the weekend, I am now a Kendrick writer, and you're ride or die for Kendrick no matter what. And you're going to be seeing things from that perspective. You're going to be expecting things from that perspective. You're going to start looking up videos and stuff like that from all these different creators. And the algorithm that works it
is going to feed you.
Is going to feed you that stuff. And you're going to look at that. That's why a lot of when I was first introduced
and then you're Sandy, I'm going to let you jump right back. And then the problem is, especially the further removed you are from the generation, you remember, I don't know if you've been on my page, I've made videos that I was like, oh wait, there's some revisionist history going on here. You guys weren't here for when the Big Three came out. I was here. I remember Kendrick used to make certain type of songs. I remember Drake used to probably be a little more introspective. And to your point, you're saying some of these kids ain't even going to go back to that. Some of these kids don't even know that. They think that this rhetoric about culture vulture, this music is not useful to our society, and my reference point is Sexy Red and freaking NLE Chopper or whatever. I'm no offense to him, or NBA YoungBoy is going to be like, oh, okay, so this must be what's going on, and this is the issues, and you're the bad guy, and music should only be made this way. Because they haven't even went back. They haven't listened to Mos Def. They haven't listened to Rakim. They haven't listened to, Jay-Z, Nas. They haven't.
Yeah.
Right?
And then beyond that, a lot of these kids, their experience with Drake is not going to be Take Care Drake. It's going to be For All the Dogs Drake. Certified
Which
Lover
is just
Boy.
only more validating that it's like you don't have that much introspection in your music, so therefore you must be the problem.
Yeah. So you're going to have that. To your point on your TikTok page, I've seen you when you argue with a lot of your the K dot, when you said the K dot quote and stuff like that. One of the things I've noticed is that a lot of the people that you're arguing, just from their rhetoric, are probably younger, and a lot of them, right, are going to be too entrenched for you to really change their opinion because this is their first thing, right? So and then other people, I can just tell they're trolling, and it's such a different generational gap of trolling that you don't even realize that they're exaggerating their point to such an extent that they're not being serious. They're being facetious. Yeah. So that
takes a little bit of humbling for me to realize that, right? I'm hearing you talk, and I'm like, this motherfucker might be right. Oh my God, my whole life has been a lie, right? And obviously that doesn't mean I'm not gonna stop spewing a message, because one of the things I learned from this guy that does what's that thing called? He does manifestation and all that and one of the things I'll never forget, and he almost sounded like Issa sometimes. He was like, put the message out there because the message, the people that are there, whether they hate it or like it, they were supposed to be there for the message.
Yeah.
Right? So whether or not they don't get it now, whether they get it 10 years from now, they commented that they hate your guts because they were supposed to be there. It's not your problem to figure out why they're there. Right? So when I'm listening to you talk, someone that didn't have that type, that didn't learn that lesson would be like, damn, Sandy might be right, yo. Like, oh, but you know what? To your point, if I'm not gonna do it and they're just stuck in the echo chamber, they would never have at least an alternate voice. I may not get through to them, but they wouldn't have an alternate voice. Right? Like the video I just made now with the Dr. Umar stuff, I think this one might do okay, but because you never know with the algorithm. But all I saw all online, Sandy, was people just arguing whether Dr. Umar was right or wrong. I said, did you motherfuckers look at a different perspective? Right? Like on surface level, the burden that Dr. Umar is putting on black art. Name one institution that hip hop has created. I'm like, what the fuck you yelling for? You right. And I know you're right because the institution of hip hop itself, niggas don't own it. Right? Music, like, you understand what I'm saying? So Mouse, and then now the other guy, Mouse, he's trying to justify certain things, and I feel what he's trying to do, but I felt bad. I said, damn, I wish I was sitting in this room. Because no one came up with the other idea of what the hell are we asking out of musicians and entertainers. And though Issa and Salida and Rose are right in terms of, especially for hip hop and African American people, like I understand the concept of the art being, you know, like if you go all the way back to even the slave fields, right? Like the art being developed from work in the fields. But that ain't too far off from the reggae musicians making stuff in Jamaica based off their experience. That ain't too far off of the continental Africans dealing in certain, you know, situations, right? But at the same time, is there room to say, okay, well, we live in a much globalized world. We live in a much consumerism world. We do a lot more capitalization right now. So therefore, and we live in a different era and generation, like you're saying, Sandy, is there room for us to, you know, get that out, but also deal with what the reality of our world is? And on top of that, is there room to realize that some of our ancestors weren't only making music, because some of us weren't there, but let me speak for Fela Kuti. Fela Kuti has a lot of zombie, you know, he has a lot of colonial mentality, but he also has lady. He also, like, Fela Kuti used to make music about love first. And like we're saying, you know, joy is revolutionary. But thank you, Sandy. When you see me in the streets, you don't know me. You know, how long you see me, nigga? You don't know me. You be hating. Talk to me. Because we got 30 minutes. Sandy, oh my bad, Sandy. Sandy, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
So quick few things. So one, there was that. Oh my God, I have like y'all talked about so much stuff. I got like a million different points in my mind that I can't all get out at once. One of the things
I love this.
About
nigga, think.
is how there was a lot of influx of people who, you know, kids that were exposed to rap weren't like really indoctrinated to it or really hadn't seen a bunch of these thoughts, right? That are getting exposed to it now, right? And one of the things you brought up before, right? When you brought up like the K-Dot Cole versus Drake stuff and stuff like that, and you brought up like the Reddit page, right? And you brought up the number of Kendrick fans, right? I was more tapped in than you, and I was like, bro, the Kendrick page when you were looking at it had like around 400,000 people, I think, at the time when you were like, when you had looked.
It's like 800 to a million.
It's almost a million now, right?
And they hate my guts in there. Y'all know they hate my guts in there? Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
Oh, y'all didn't know that? Oh, they hate my guts in that bitch. And they hate my guts, but they know they're not supposed to hate my guts. So it's so weird how they do it. Yeah, I got a thread. Y'all didn't know that? Oh no, my fucking HQK cult. Yeah, the cult cycle shit. They made a thread. Drake fans, 213 votes. They ain't there fucking being all shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I was trying to say is that like before the beef ever started, right? Before it like kicks off, you know, Drake is the second most popular subreddit. Kendrick's still the most popular subreddit, but he doesn't have 200,000 people in that subreddit. He has like 120K.
Yeah,
right?
But now the Kendrick shit is at 984.
And yeah. So there's a lot of influx of people, and a lot of the people commenting are not going to be people that are like serious and stuff like that. Now then, beyond that, let me answer your questions and stuff like that. The unfair burden on black art, right? So when you're speaking on black art, you're speaking on like multiple levels, right? You're speaking on the diaspora and black art globally, right? Black people in America, black people in Canada, black people in Africa, black people in the Caribbean, black people in Asia, right? But when Dr. Umar and a lot of these people speak on it, when they're saying that, they're trying to implicitly put that burden on black American art rather than black global art. Because a lot of those people don't even pay attention to the global art, right? I barely know about it. And the only reason I know about it, some of it, is just because I study some of it, right? So when you're speaking on it, I'm going to speak on the black American perspective, right? Like for me personally, when I look at certain artists and expect certain things, I'm kind of on like the ant perspective. You can do what you do, right? Just don't harm the community. I do look a certain way when you start speaking on certain things, right? Like I don't really I wasn't there for like I was like less than 10 years old when Drake exploded, right? So I was there for it, but it was my older siblings and cousins that truly were like felt it, right? But I never really like grew up listening to Drake like that holistically. I didn't really care about love music. I was trying to play like Sonic the Hedgehog, right? So I didn't really notice all that other stuff. But as I get older and stuff like that, I don't place that unfair, like, expect that type of stuff. But I do side-eye certain behaviors, right? And it really makes me question certain things, right? Drake talking about women. Like, that is my thing about Drake. Forget everything else about the beef on Drake as a culture vulture. My biggest issue with Drake right now is his behavior with young women. Like,
I feel like I've talked about this a lot, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. That is like the most concerning thing to me, right? Like I am on that Sean C type of like, I don't like listening to Drake's music because if it comes up, whether it's the new stuff he's dropped, I always think about that. And that is a burden to me. When I talk about these artists, I'm like, do not be that.
That is that's probably your prerogative. The thing that I like, now here's what's different. Like how he deals with women, could it become a social issue? It could, but to me, it's not. So that's probably why I'm not. But it's a him issue. So I don't really. But here's what I will say to Selena's point. Why we said standing for Drake and you standing for Drake, man, it's so funny. Oh, Mustard, you bastard! Let's go. Yes. Thank you so much, Sandy. When you see me in the streets, I'm gonna get to you. Angie, I'm gonna get to you. Mustard, DJ Mustard. Yes. Thank you, Sandy. Yes. And here it is. What's really fucking hip hop? What's really bleeping hip hop? Y'all always was upset like, okay, so watch me, because some of y'all gonna lose me. And if you lose me, you're gonna have to find me. And I ain't got no GPS for you. No, I'm not sharing my location. So listen, lock in. So, when we're talking about the burden on an artist, right now, Sandy, rightfully or wrongfully, that's all, depends on what you're talking about, just put a burden a little bit. I'm not saying you did it on purpose, but let's just say, where we kind of like, well, like, you don't like how Drake talks about women, and then maybe I'm the one that put the burden, right, Sandy? I'm like, damn, how he talks about women, could that, influence his younger fans? And I don't like it either. And I have to check myself. Because when DJ Mustard told the LA Times, I don't want to work with Drake again, that guy's strange. What do you mean by that, Mustard? What do you guys think he means by that? Is it just, Drake has a weird way with women? No. Drake did some shit. Let's really wake it up. That Mustard don't like, which is fair. I don't like it either. But like Salida said, it's all very funny to your boy. All these rappers talk about that you ninjas accept I'm gonna fuck your bitch, I'm gonna take your bitch, I'm gonna turn around, skirt, take your hoe, round, I'm gonna take your one, is that your girl? I'm gonna send it to the, like, back your. Oh. He has a weird way of DMing everybody's woman. I'm not defending it, Sandy. I know that's what you weren't talking about, but I'm glad you brought it up because I'm not asking for the misogyny to exist. But I'm glad you brought it up because Salida was able to point out and say, why are we creating new standards? And I'm smart enough, or well thought out enough to be able to say, hey guys, that's freaking weird, while still being able to be thoughtful enough and say, that don't make it right. It's like when Future was recording a music video in Harlem. You know, that's from around up north. That's where I'm from. It wasn't one single comment about Future spiraling. He's in a slave deal with UMG. If he just went independent, it'd be better for the rap industry. This, that, and the third. Future already dropped 2 albums this year. We don't trust you. We still don't trust you. He's working on a 3rd. Crickets. Drake puts out 100 gigs. Oh, he's fighting. So I'll say, well, I want to know, why are you doing that? I want to know. I want to ask relevant. But what Sandy is saying is that it's like, oh, we know how to compartmentalize. Some of the generations don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that user, hold on, don't do that. I don't know if what you're trying to say, but don't try to say that Drake is the only one actually piping these women and sending suspicious follows. I am not gonna let y'all act like in this hip-hop game that I don't know. People haven't been. The running joke about ball players and rap niggas, they toss around the same 8 women all the time. Now, the Mustard situation, two things can be true. When we got a problem because you produced the record for Kendrick Lamar, maybe you didn't mean to, but then you end up being in the video, and you know that song look crazy, you standing next to Duke, okay, cool. I'm gonna follow your ex-wife. That don't make it right. That don't make it right. That's a lot of things what people can't do. This way y'all get them night to before. Y'all get them. Y'all check them because they can't say that don't make it right. That don't make it right. However, y'all gonna start with this new shit and act like women ain't been a casualty of war in hip hop from day one. That don't make it right. But forget the burden on hip-hop artists. Y'all say screw the burden on hip-hop artists, put it on. Mustard know he can't tell you that. That's why I'm pissed off at Mustard. Mustard, don't say he's a strange dude, you want to be too cool. Fuck all that. Mustard say, hey, that was weird. That guy followed my ex-wife. Why would you involve women and stuff? Say that. But I'm a subconscious nigga. I know that subconsciously Mustard know. He know, hey, I'm still in this misogyny patriarchal world, right? Where I can't show that my feelings are vulnerable about someone sending something as small as a follow on my ex-wife, even though I'm getting remarried to someone else. I can't say that, but I can play into that guy's wit. Effective. Good shot. But what are we talking about? But now what we're doing is, forget everything I got in the back. Y'all starting to take the burden on black art. Forget the burden on black art. Y'all putting the burden on just individuals that you don't like. I ain't never seen none of y'all ask Future to do shit for music. Never. At least with K-Dot. At least with Dot. And this is why I say, forget that Reddit. They don't know that I love that guy. At least with Dot, like, to a certain extent, I ain't got to ask him for none of that. Like, at least with Dot, bro, like, when I hear people talk about him in Compton, like stuff that he does on a low, like I respect that. When I see him, he could make 1,000 be humbles, but he'll make at least. But that's why they love using Dot as the antithesis to Drake. Because they don't even want to group the burden anymore. At least the burden seems a lot more like, okay, all right, what are y'all doing? But now it's like, okay, singular. That's why I wanted to talk about the Mustard thing. Because Mustard, you saying Drake is the white people, the Malcolm X of white people. Okay, Drake playing bots, my record label, my album didn't sell. What he did in that interview, Drake's a strange guy, that, I was like, man, I wish I wasn't this good at reading people. Because he did the same thing on Twitter. He did the same thing on Twitter when his album wasn't selling. It's that thing. Be upfront about it. Be upfront about what you're talking about. Be upfront about, hey, listen, but it's like, oh, he gonna say I can't do that in this generation. Right? I feel like hip hop. Why don't y'all put the burden? Hey, I feel like hip hop is just as a toxic space. I know the battle is what the battle is, but you know, I noticed he followed my ex-wife, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of how we're putting women at the forefront of disagreements as men. Hip hop could be better. Y'all couldn't even read that because you don't want to put the burden on him. Then Mustard on sell, and like you said, weaponizing his blackness. Drake is the Malcolm X of white people. Where was the burden on telling DJ Mustard, you don't say that about, like, we already, like, with the nature of the one drop rule and all that, what are you talking about? Okay, that's my Mustard crash out. I'm glad you already able to sit through it. If you didn't get it, I don't know what to tell you. When you see me in the street, thank you so much for being patient. God bless everybody. I hope everyone's doing okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be super quick because I actually have to go. But the discussion around the discussion around like the gap between generations that Sandy kind of alluded to, I've been noticing that for a while actually, and I think that the younger generation, I think specifically like starting with Gen Z, or I guess Gen Z's relationship to Gen X, like there was so much separation that both like a generation started to do their own thing, and there was just less conversation. I think there's always been tension between younger and older, obviously, but because there was no conversation between Gen Z and Gen X, Gen Z, yeah, they don't have the connection to the history, the cultural history, the musical history. And so, yeah, we end up with a lot of music that is not speaking to quote unquote Black experiences. But yeah, that was like the earlier discussion.
No, which is fine. No, which is fine because you guys, thank you for bringing me back on point. My only question is, can they learn? Are they willing to learn? Because that's what me and Sandy was talking about. Can they learn?
The lack of, like, we've become very extremist in our thinking in modern times. And I think that has to do with echo chambers and whatnot. But we've been unable to like have nuanced ideas. We've been unable to have conversations with competing ideas. We've been unable to analyze something and, you know, take out the good and leave the bad and, you know, stuff like that. So, and it might have to do a little bit with education and just the lack of.
No, you're right. No, because if you go deep down, you'll probably start realizing that this probably connects to how kids are learning in the school system too.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean?
Yeah. I really do believe that. And I think that, yeah, we've been unable to analyze art and understand the context, understand the speaker, understand the audience, and understand the nuance in it, and be able to take out the good and leave the bad. And I think that has, you know, moved into how we talk about these artists, and we make them one dimensional, and we make them almost not human. Like, yeah, these people are not, they're not always going to be revolutionary. They're not always going to be partying. You know, there's nuance and there's a multifacetedness to the human experience that I feel like we're not trying to look at these artists through that lens, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's all I was kind of.
No, I get you. I think you're right. I think and I think that a big part of what you're talking about and you know, like, it's so funny because y'all will be like, oh, Crash Out K is loaded, right? And I'll do that and I'll be like, okay, I'm not like, that's funny, but I'm not gonna do that my entire time, right? And the reason I say that when you see me is that it seems like that's the only thing that works is like the extremism, right? The extremism, like that is almost, but I know that it's not sustainable. Or that I know that most of the conversations that I have with people and how I'm going to try to get information to people has to be done on a very neutral standpoint, in which is give and take. I may take more than I give, but I may give more than I take, but I've got to be able to take something. I got to be able to receive something, right? So like, when Sandy's talking about what Sandy's talking about, Sandy's like, Drake and woman, like, it's up to me not to put up a wall, although I agreed with him before he made the point anyway. It's up to me to be like, okay, I can see how that is. So I agreed with him up to the point where I was like, oh, yeah, me too, Sandy. I don't like it either. But it's going to make me not listen to his music? And I was like, no. And I was like,
Well,
oh, why
yeah,
is that?
specifically with Drake and women, as a longtime Drake fan and a woman, I have noticed women being turned off by some of his later work because of some of the things he's saying about his exes or whatever. And I mean, he's always talked about his exes,
But
but
it's
I
changed a
think
bit, a bit.
it's gotten a little more
And that's a
sharper.
product of how he lives. That's a product of who he
Right,
probably thinks he is now, right? Like, I'm fucking
right, and
drinking,
I
I'm
think
up 500 M's. Like, screw you if you don't want to be with me anymore. Like, I'm
right,
tired
he's more
of
jaded than he
begging.
used to be, and
Yeah.
he's more. He feels he deserves more at this point in his life, but the girls ain't trying to hear that. So,
Yeah.
so he is kind of isolating a little bit of some of his female fan base a bit. I don't think it's like long term, but I have noticed that also in his music that he has become a little more sharper towards women, and I mean that's a product of the lifestyle he's living. But yeah,
Well,
I do notice that.
what's funny is that then is the question is it something? And then here's the burden on black art that has nothing to do with social issues. Is the burden on him to hide that, or is the burden, or do we ask people to give us the real, and he
Right.
just happens to be giving us the real, and that's where me and Sandy probably disconnect because the burden I put on my rappers is I like my rappers to give me the real. Son used to talk about Courtney from Hooters and Peachtree. That was the real when he was a halfway loser. But now the real is I'm antsy. I'm antsy. That man could never be me. That's probably the real. I may not like it, Sandy, but that's why I say now you triple down and go, what is the burden? And it's like, oh, but Future can say, that bitch ain't never gonna find another one like this. It's like, oh, okay, it's the same shit. We just ain't buying a story from Drake. It's like, can you change? Are you allowed to
Yeah.
grow? Are you allowed to
And I think
grow?
that placing the burden on artists, like, I do think it's a difficult discussion because we're now talking about like controlling people's creativity and controlling people's basically how they express themselves. And I also think that where do you draw the line? And it's a hard line to draw. I do think that the best line to draw, or the best way we control for this, is just, does the music connect to the audience anymore? Like when you see that the music's not connecting no more, that is the line being drawn. That is the standard that they're not meeting. If so I just think that we don't need to come up with this list of like things that artists need to do to be what successful artists, black artists. I don't even know what the goal of this list is really, but I do think that, yeah, if the music's not connecting, and music is communication, a form of communication, then they're failing at that part, and they'll fail as an artist. So I mean, I don't know. I think this burden discussion and these having
No,
these
and
like
I think
really
you
good
put. I
words
think
is
you put
strange.
it. I think you put it really point, which is where do we draw the line? And that's probably how we're gonna leave out today. Is I like that. I want to take that and say, okay, well, where's the line? And what the hell do we want as an audience? What are we requesting? And why are we so mad at these artists maybe for not displaying certain things that we want, that as an audience it's not our real life anyway, and that's probably why it's not displaying in the music, because as Issa and Salita said, the art is supposed to be a reflection of the life, right? What we going through, what the era is right now. Is it quite possible that, no offense to all of us, but we ain't revolutionaries? We ain't as strong as our ancestors, no matter, I'm talking African American ancestors, the people that fought for Nigeria is as old as my dad. The country of Nigeria, not the land. The people already been in the land. The tribes already been in the land. The independence of it is as old as my dad. You think these little ninjas online telling me put the fries in a bag is ready to fight for shit? You think they ready to fight for independence right now? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Angie, how are you today? Oh, that's what I thought.
All right.
Hi,
I'm
how are you?
split
Hope
because
your
I'm
vacation is
outside
going great.
already.
I
Okay.
know.
Thank you.
I
Thank
know,
you.
I know.
And I want to say one thing about before I give my very highly intelligent points. You always talk about time, and you never start on time, and you never end on time.
Listen,
So we
what
can
I'm
just
not
drop
going
the conversation about
to, what I'm
time.
not going to let y'all is
Regular.
the
Once
colonial
again,
construct develop to oppress my
Listen, I'm
people.
Dominican. We never show up on time either. But you feel like you want to be better with your time, but we just to
I
do
was
this
here
forever.
like 3:15. I'm still here at 5:32.
Anyways, I really very insightful conversations that are happening here, and I really just want to say like all of this shit is rooted in white
Wait,
supremacy.
Angie, you're Dominican?
Yes.
You have some nerves.
You know
Don't ever talk to me about time.
what?
Continue your point. You have some nerves.
That's what.
You think I don't have no Dominicans where I live? You have some nerves. The audacity.
I
Ain't nothing but
definitely.
some light-skinned Africans.
All right.
You think I don't be going to the Dominican spots? Oh, and late. You want to talk about
I
late?
know. Listen.
Go ahead, please make it point.
You
We're all
called me out for
Nigerian.
being late. You called me out for being late, all right? But we all listen. I'm just saying.
Right. So you were
Anyway.
late on top of the lateness. I was late, but you was late on top of the lateness. That lets you know. Please go ahead. Please go ahead, because we're gonna keep arguing all day.
I know. It's not. I'm
Right,
waiting for
ahead.
my sangria right now as we speak. Anyway, I really
Okay,
think a lot of
turn
these
up.
conversations, even like the beef, are rooted in white supremacy, right? Because when you think about it, right, like I don't know if I remember from I don't know, there's a lot of young people on here, but like early 2000s, you think about like Martin, The Cosby Show, movies like Deliver Us from Eva, Two Can Play That Game, really just showing Black joy. Because I think, right, like all art is revolutionary. And so I think that like even with the beef with Kendrick, the fact that people have this like, yeah, we talk about the personification of like what Black people are supposed to be and act like and what hip hop music is supposed to be, it's sort of like rooted in this Black struggle. And I think too, you think about like all the slave movies they make, right? Like I feel like you can't have some sort of Black show that does not incorporate Black struggle. And I was like, where's the Black joy, right? Like joy is revolutionary. Like Issa said it best, you know? And I think that like this sort of shift to make sure that like someone like Drake, who is a Black man and probably had a very different racial experience living in Canada, right? Probably has been discriminated. He talks about the level of discrimination he faced while being like on Degrassi and et cetera, blah, 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 right? And so like, I think that like, why can't people accept like even Future, right? Like they look at Future, oh, he has all these baby mamas, he's this, he's that, he's very Atlanta, right? Like I think they try to put Black people in a box, right? They try to make sure that we're so like
I think the argument, Angie, is like why they can accept Future more than they can accept Drake, which is weird. You get what I'm saying?
of course, right? Because that's the thing, right? Like I think Drake, as a Black man, he pivots from what people think Black people should be like, right? And I think that's why. But like what Drake does is Black joy. Like he is a man. He is someone who's creating music. He's a fan of music. He is very, he's a student of music in general, right? Like that's the thing. Like people hate to see him be successful and do what he does because they don't think that he should be happy. They're like, oh, he should talk about like the struggle and da da da. But he doesn't know the struggle because he's half white, right? Like white supremacy divide people of color, right? So that whites can continue to stay in power. Like all even like not like us as this like theme song of like exclusion, right? Like all of that conversation is rooted in white supremacy. And that's what white supremacy does to hold its power. And so I'm just really hoping towards the movement of like all type of art is revolutionary, Black joy is revolutionary, and I think we should continue to support and uplift people more as a community because there's more people of the global majority than there are white people in this world. And like if we keep trying to find ways to divide, right, find the differences amongst each other, we're never really gonna ever come to any sort of consensus and inclusion to be great, you know? That's my thing. Oh, sorry, I think you're real loud around me.
No, I got you. I think the toughest thing is that, and why it will end up being a conversation that goes around in a circle. Thank you so much, Angie, for the insight, and thank you for making some time because I know you You know what I'm saying? You living your life, and I still
Yeah,
appreciate
I'm
you Hop,
busy.
jumping
Okay,
in.
I'm
No,
busy.
I
When I
know,
have
girl. I
time for
appreciate
HQ
you.
and HQ
Hey,
LLP,
HQ and
I'll
HQ
tell you later.
LLP, send your bleeping resumes. Don't try to jump on the staff when we're out of here. Anyway,
All right, y'all. Talk to you
Anthony,
later.
I don't think it's gonna be a round two. That's there's gonna be whatever this is now, where every move has to do with something else. But anyway, the idea is that what Angie was saying is people will push back and will end up in circles when they go, they'll put that burden on the art back to Drake and be like, oh, well, he can't act like this is the black man he's never given. Like Bam Bam, y'all see it right there, he's Jewish. Because he's not black, he's Jewish, he hasn't spoke about black issues, and here we are,
Black.
right?
He's black. I brought that up last time.
But
Let's
this is what I'm
dead
saying.
that. No,
But this
we
is what I'm
need to.
saying. But this is what I'm saying, though. He said, and this is the thing. Before you even get into that, my question is, do you even put that same responsibility on all the other people? Right?
No,
You see how you were immediately about to go? Right? Like it's like, again, that's why I wanted this conversation to be, what's the burden, what's the responsibility, what's the line, Q, what's up? And I'm gonna let you go, Q, because I know you've been holding for a second. But this is what I'm talking about, right? It's like, where are we with it, right? Like, is it up to Drake to come ostracize his white Jewish side to let y'all know it's okay? Is that the burden now you're gonna put on him, right? Jazz, we're a little late. The conversation moved around different places, but we're getting ready to really kind of wrap up. And all the conversation really for me started about just talking about Dr. Umar's diatribe on how hip hop hasn't created any industries for black people, and I started talking about the burden of black art, and we've transitioned into how our society is now, how our young kids don't, and even us ourselves, what do we want out of all of this? What are we asking our artists to do? Are they the new damn politicians? And then, of course, it goes to, the two most popular rappers right now, and it connects to how they're doing what they're doing. And I didn't talk about even DJ Mustard, which the questions are like, what are we asking of? What are we asking? And then where's the line off what we're asking? Right? Q, what's up, man?
What's going on? See, I just got home from work, so I ain't really been here for too long.
No problem, Brody. No problem. Appreciate you stopping by either way.
And I came out, I saw you, because at first I saw I was looking at the what's her face video with Umar. It's crazy because like I remember first watching that video, I was like, I wonder what HQ would say about this.
Oh,
and
yeah, you one of the people that tagged me. I'm glad you got on here. Yeah. Actually, let's refresh the whole conversation. Fuck it, I'm gonna stay on till 6 because you were one of the people that tagged me, so I gotta give you some airtime. Fuck it, who cares? We're gonna stay on till 6. Let's talk about it. Wake it up. So, finish your point. Yeah, go ahead. You say you want to know what I say about it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I came in like hearing like a little bit of your take, and I believe we had pretty much the same take. Like, why are we putting this so much on like hip hop itself? Like, I'm not gonna say like it's just an art form because this art form has given so much to people, but it's like how much can like hip hop artists or just artists in general do for like the status of the world? I thought that's why we had like.
You know what it'd be like, you? Can I use an analogy? It'd be like an African like me that got like 2 jobs and I got my internet money, right? Mm-hmm. And my internet money, it's nice. It's about me. It was a representation of me, but it was never responsible for paying all my bills. And all of a sudden, that's why I was blaming Ronald Reagan for shit. All of a sudden, you create a community. You create a world in which the bills are still there. The problems are still there, right? Right, Q? But then you start dismantling. Like, I get rid of my primary job. I get rid of my training job. I get rid of my investments. And all of a sudden, I start looking at TikTok. Tell me what TikTok has done for my bills. Tell me what TikTok has done for my bills. You understand? And I start coming on here and spazzing out on y'all. Y'all niggas ain't never did. And you would be like, what? I don't get it. I would be like, I put my heart and soul into this. We would say, yeah, you did. And then imagine now, when I watch this, imagine if I needed more money, right? Right? Now I made like the TikTok my forefront and I started doing a lot more race-based content. Mm-hmm. It'd be the same way if these kids that are getting put on by the labels doing all type of outlandish shit. Then what I know obviously it's not an apples to apples skew, but watch me, right? Then you go like, damn, K changed. You don't even rap, you don't do the way content the way you used to do it no more. Why? I gotta pay my bills. I globalized my TikTok. I don't have the same amount of job. There's more responsibility on my TikTok now. That's how Dr. Umar look. Because I know he's smart enough to know what the deficiencies are with politics and community and socioeconomic factors, right? But when he shuts that out, he starts crashing out, and then he just start TikTok. Why are you not paying me? I need this hip hop. Why are you not? From the get go, they never made the art for that.
Exactly. Like even like from the beginning.
You understand what I'm saying?
Like even hip hop, like in the beginning, it was just like young people. We trying to be different. We trying to party. Let's scratch these records, make something different, have them all kind of flow into each other, and then it just not blew up, but it grew like a flower into just like rose from the concrete. It just bloomed into something more than like what it was really supposed to be. Because even the young, like older people back in the day, they did not believe hip hop would be the most listened to genre.
And look at where we at. And look at where we at now. They asking for hip hop. I don't think y'all understand. This was pissing me off. I don't think y'all understand the weight of what Dr. Umar is asking entertainment to do. He is asking hip hop to come in and be some plug-in for educational system. Indigo, thank you. Are you insane?
Nasty work.
Do you think I want a school where Sexy Red is my guidance counselor? I'm being fictitious.
That's
but
so
it's funny.
insane.
But it's funny. But it's funny.
Sexy Red guidance counselor is crazy.
What it's supposed to be is that I go back to my income analogy, guys. What it's supposed to be is, here's my TikTok check for the month. Damn, that helps. That don't mean I'm not supposed to put the work. Now, if what he might then say, because I know people smart, Dr. Umar might say, but what happens when TikTok makes you so much money that you can quit your other job? Then I would say, Dr. Umar, that's where the comparison ends. Because at the end of the day, that's still kind of like an individualistic thing. And that individualistic problem anyway, right? Like, so Drake making 400 million doesn't mean hip hop made 400 million. And that starts with the problem from when you started this whole story in the first place. You asked hip hop, which is a collective of individuals who are not unified, to make unified decisions. I would say, Dr. Umar, that's the problem. Whereas with me, my bills are me. My TikTok money and me. My 2 jobs are me. So if TikTok were to make me way more money that I don't have to work no more, I would still go take care of my bills. All still the K cycle. I'm just using the analogy. So Dr. Umar, that's why I said number 4, ownership. These brothers, what we want to talk about, them boys ain't got a union yet. What y'all talking about? Them boys ain't got a union yet. What y'all talking about?
We're not even pushing
I
for
can blame that on Reagan.
What you say, Sandy? Go ahead.
I said I can blame that on Reagan too.
Blame it on who?
Reagan.
You know what? Don't give me the pressure, bro. I don't want to do this. That's not fair. Don't do that. Because if you want to talk to me, if you want me to start talking about Ronald Reagan and unions, if you want me to talk about Ronald Reagan and unions, I can do it.
Okay, don't do it, Kay. Don't do it, Kay.
Out here, man.
Quick thing, because I have to go to sleep.
Go, yeah. What time zone are you in?
No, it's that I work overnight, and I really should be asleep right now, but I got to do it live.
Oh shit! Oh damn! I respect it. I respect it.
You brought up the Dre versus
Future,
right? And on how the reason why people treat Future different than Kendrick, and this is a very dehumanizing thing. I first peeped this in FD Signifier. If you ignore his Drake Kendrick videos, I know some people.
I did. Remember I told you I watched them. Yeah, I watched them.
But he actually has a lot of different social videos. One of the things he pointed out is that in media, specifically in America, right, people view dark-skinned black men as as performing a certain type of masculinity, right? They view dark-skinned black men as being more masculine, more sexually aggressive, and things like that. And they dehumanize them to these aspects, right? And then certain rappers like Future will embrace that as if that's a good thing. Well, he didn't bring up Future, something like that. That's what I'm saying, right? So people look at Future and are okay with Future doing certain things because they expect this out of Future just basically on how he looks like, right? They'll see him being a dark-skinned black man and they will expect these certain things, right? Drake is light-skinned dude, and even more than that, he's from Canada. So people will look at him and think of him as more feminine and vulnerable. And because of these things, they allow Drake a more nuanced outlook on romance and love that they wouldn't give Future at all, right? And so they also react a certain way when Drake acts more aggressive, right? In ways that they perceive as more masculine, right? And that's really the big difference between the two. And the Drake and Future comparison, a little small piece of a larger colorism and dehumanizing aspect of culture, and it goes back to a lot of different things from slavery and stuff like that. And that's
Well
that
said.
one.
Well said. That was a phenomenal take.
I think what's interesting though is how can FD signify? You know what I love about Drake? Drake, and people probably think this about me, but I think that about them. Drake and Will, shout out for you giving me a cap. I don't know what that is. I look like Ash Ketchum when you gave me that. I've been meaning to say that. But what's funny about Drake is that Drake is such a conundrum. And I said this the other day and I was like, this is controversial. I never want to say it again, but I'm going to say it again. I don't know if the biracialness of the ninja is causing a biracial split in the way our brain thinks. Because if someone like FD Signifier, Sandy, can, and shout out to you about the Will Work This Overnight Shift, can point out before when it's time to talk about Drake, right? Can point out how we analyze darker skinned men versus light or biracial men, right? But then when it comes time for him to talk about Drake, he's not using that same logic. It's completely hilarious to me. Like, it's so fascinating. And I think, I guess it's cognitive dissonance, but I think that's why people get upset with me. Because they'll go like, all right, the way you talk, you should be pro Kendrick. You should be everything that Kendrick, and I'll go, oh yeah, but I also know that some of the way you guys analyze this kid is not off sense, right? Like you'll look at a man whose dad is African American. I wish he was like another type of black, because then this point would make sense. God forbid if Drake's daddy was Nigerian. Oh my God. With a Jewish mama making rap? But the cognitive dissonance is so much that I've said this before. There are people based on looks right now, and because I lived in America, that are willing to accept me in rap more than Drake. I am befuddled. I am confusion.
So on your FD signifier point, very quickly, I want to point out that I was going to point this out earlier, but I completely forgot of all this other stuff. There's a nuance of it. Like, there's a bias to it. Obviously, he does not like Drake, and he's admitted to that like multiple times. Like, he is a Drake hater, so there's a bias in that he doesn't give Drake certain criticisms of him and analysis, nuances that he would give other situations. However, on the flip side about this, like you said before, multiple things can be true. He does give Drake more nuance in his critiques of him than a lot of other creators will do, right? He does point out that Drake's influences and cultural heritage growing up in certain parts of Canada will give him the sound and cultural identity to make music and the album views. He's one of the only
that's my
creators
problem. The conversation should stop there. But the conversation should stop there.
Yeah. You're saying that, but that's my point.
Because I get what you're saying. Because that's exactly what FD Signifier does. And I'm like, oh, you're a really smart guy. But he'll do it. He'll give him all the setup just to dunk on his ass. For me, it's like, Yeah, for me though, that's the conversation ends. Like you don't get to fucking tell me, oh yeah, he's got done this, daddy's this. Yeah, and that's where it ends. And that's why I was like, Drake, you gotta lean on to that. This is the shit that my daddy had raised me on. Did you catch that? Well, thank you so much again.
Ooh, that's
This is the shit that my daddy had raised me on. What do you think he's saying?
That's so good.
He just don't want to sit there. He just don't want to sit there and do the Kendrick Lamar way. He don't want to give you a 7-minute verse all the time. That's what he don't want to do.
Good. So
But
good.
why do you think he said that?
All right.
But go ahead, Sandy, because I know you got to go, but I got to go to Q real quick. Go ahead, make one point so we go to Q and then we can wrap up. And I want to go to Selena and Issa to kind of close this out. Go ahead.
I think the point he was making about Drake isn't necessarily about Drake's cultural heritage in relationship to America. I think the point he was making, right, from what I've seen from him and his like other things that he's talked about, is Drake parroting certain views on Black America and exploiting that. I think that's what he's saying. He's saying that like if Drake, leaned into certain cultural heritage how he was raised up, he would be fine. But his point is that Drake will parrot certain views on Black American culture and use that, right, when he is not, right? So he'll point out him talking a certain way like people from Atlanta or stuff like that, and that's his issue, right? And that Drake is a microcosm of other things that he does not like, right? And I think that obviously there's bias there because he is a Drake hater, but there are nuggets of that thing that you can point out and use to criticize Drake. Because I don't think Drake is perfect. Neither do I think Kendrick is, right? And that's like the main thing, right? Like while you can say that maybe he's not a culture vulture where he like culture voting every single culture, but I can say, hey, I don't like the way that you are using certain aspects of privilege and stuff like that to ingratiate yourself with certain communities and draw.
But the question is, why don't you like him doing it when I can give you 15 other people that do it?
So what does that mean for a New Yorker that sounds like a Southerner?
My thing is, well, I'm not going to speak for FD65.
But it goes back, but Tandy, it goes back to forget the burden on the art now. It's the burden on him.
On FD65.
You 1 minute y'all want this nigga to be fucking the savior. The next minute, this nigga's, you shouldn't even touch our shit. You're not even from here. Which one is this?
If you do, then if you don't.
And then the part was pissing me off though, saying he's like, okay, now I'm stuck because this whole live started where I wanted to defend Black art. Now I just realized, you know what, fuck this shit. Y'all don't even really be that hard on some of these niggas anyway. You just be hard on a specific group of people.
Yes.
That Dr. Umar 1 hour video, all he kept talking about Jay-Z, and I get it. Yeah, I get it because you can reach Jay-Z in terms of when you talk about him because he's worth $1 billion. I get it. But it's me too. All I've been doing is talking about Sexy Red. Sexy Red didn't do shit to me like that. Why I keep saying her name? It's 7 other Big Mama, Lotto Eat that coochie. Why I don't talk about her? But I'll pinpoint one motherfucker.
I would love to see your thoughts, right, since we're talking about FD Signifier, on his video on Black masculinity, because he made a really big point on what we.
I haven't seen that. About. Black what?
Black masculinity, right? And
the one you're talking about, I haven't watched it, so I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, he has a really great point there on how Black men, specifically rap, influence how Black men express themselves, right, from like the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and how harmful that perspective was in media and how that changes with the Kanye era and then changes again when Obama becomes president in 2000 and 2008 and stuff like that. So I think that's one, and I think the other one is he has a video going at Dr. Umar specifically.
Yeah,
which he changed. Yeah, the
I've seen clips of that. I've seen clips of that. Can I walk you back though before I move on back to Q because I really got to and I know you got to go. Real quick, I just want to address something that you mentioned and then I'm really just gonna move on to Q because it's about 5:55. Excuse me, guys. It's so fascinating because when I talked about the burden on Black art, let's talk about the burden on Black people. And this is the wrong freaking time to open up this Pandora box. I should have done it an hour ago. I did try to, but I just put a cap on it. I see the FD Signifier video that you're talking about. I looked it up. I haven't watched this whole thing, but I've seen clips of this. And based on just what I'm seeing here, and based on what I'm seeing with how we address ourselves as Black people all across the world, is it bigger with African American people in the United States? Absolutely. But Black people all across the world, we create this burden and onus on ourselves about how if these people that are representing us are here and these people that are doing this or that and how we're being represented and this, that, and the third. And I'm not stupid enough to tell you guys that those things don't matter. But man, that is a hell of a burden to have to wake up every day. That empty signify you as a Black man. I feel him on this one because I think like this too, but is it the right way to think? Let me make a 2-hour video on the way we are perceived, the Black masculinity. I'm not saying that there's no room for this conversation. I'm not saying that he's not supposed to make the video. I'm not saying there are no truths. What I'm saying is that is a hell of a life to have to live. Because I can type in white masculinity and how it's perceived. It's just masculinity and how it's perceived. I can type in Black woman ghetto being perceived hoochie. No, it's just feminism in the way the modern woman affect. But when you black, we gotta add the Black. We gotta look for it. We gotta talk about. And you at home, not only are you thinking about how to be masculine, you're thinking about how masculine is being perceived. Now you gotta think about the Black portion, because we have inherently told ourselves that every representation of another Black person doing something is a judgment on you. Mm-hmm. You dig me, Sandy?
Yeah, I did.
And that's unfortunate and sad.
That's unfortunate, but I think you're putting the onus on Black people for creating that situation, right? As us.
No, that's exactly what I'm arguing. That's exactly what I'm arguing, is that if we really woke it up, we would realize that it's just people looking for an example so they can reinforce the stereotypes they've had anyway.
Yeah.
I'm glad you just said that, because that's really what I'm trying to get to. Maybe I didn't do a good job of it.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's what you're getting to. I think the larger point, right, not the larger point, on the issue of that is a structure created by white supremacy, colonialism, right, and capitalism to an extent. And, like, it's a very much an unfortunate burden. I just think that how that aspect of representation can affect a person's daily life, I feel like is far more impactful than I think you're realizing, right?
No, it's not that I'm thinking I'm realizing. No, it's not that, Sandy. If I had 3 wishes, I'm not going to tell you what the other 2 I would use them on. But specifically this moment right now, you know what one of them would be? I would get rid of every single negative representation there is of Black people. And I would want to see if white people still treat us the same way.
Oh, they'll
historically.
never treat us the same way.
So then what are we talking about? You get, I'm not saying that in disrespect to you, bro. What I'm saying, what we talking about? If you walk into somebody's crib, they don't like the way you look anyway. They gonna complain about everything you do in their crib. And you got your cow, you got your shoe right there. It's which one comes first, the chicken or the egg? And I can tell you the way the answer is, though, Sandy. The way we know which one comes first is how do they treat themselves? Motherfucker. You think the Chinese people ain't got gangs? The Asians don't got triads? How come Asian people don't? It takes me 2 seconds. I play Grand Theft Auto. I seen the triads on there. How come that don't stick? That's because the reality is, for everybody in life, there's positive, negatives, gangs, cops. No matter what group or community you take them, all those things will exist. Murder, sex, all that stuff will exist. But the reality is, it's better for you to perpetuate that we are these type of people. And yes, you are right, Sandy. There are consequences if we also keep adding on to it. But the reality is, at the pursuit of the entertainment that we pursuing and telling our story, that the void was created in the first place off the justification they're using now, ain't nothing really going to change. Because the reason why the void existed for a Pop Smoke, rest in peace, for a Chief Keef to have existed, right, is partly because of the way they think that we are anyway inherently.
Yeah.
And if you look at the roots of why some of those things came, I don't want to say we so much because I don't want to speak too much of like African American experience. I want to speak too much as all of us all across the world, like black people. But the reason some of these things existed is because they had to justify that to grab people off the west coast of Africa so they can justify this thing. And then when they left the west coast of Africa people alone and decided to go around another way and do the colonizations, the people, my brothers and sisters that they brought here, they were able to say, okay, well, the way we can justify treating them even worse, chattel, damn near breeding, is let's call them this. Let's say they misbehave. Let's say they call them cash out. How do we justify raping them? Say they promiscuous. Were the ancestors here? Were they like the twerking that they was doing in Africa, that my ancestors was doing in Africa, that was something to us. If you seen somebody that was important from Africa on the West Coast, bro, here doing it, you took that and then turned it to something else. You say they promiscuous so you can have your way with them and help you sleep at night.
I'm okay. Break that shit up.
So when you get to the core of it, Sandy, I like it to, with someone like me to have the conversation is like, at every point when you're going to put out with the butt, I know the butt, but eventually you're going to make me just scratch the whole shit down. Let's go to the basement. Right? And then it's like, oh, you just don't want to be accountable. Okay, like I said, if I had 3 wishes, I won't tell you what the other 2 are. They're too personal. One of them would be, I would make us as pure as possible. Not that we're not anymore. Just to see. And go back in time and see if white people would have still left us the fuck alone. I just want to see. I'm begging. I get emotional. That's why I don't like talking about this shit, because at the end of the day, for somebody like me, it's hard. Not you saying it's not your problem. It's hard for me because you gotta understand, I seen both of them. I was young enough to see a country where it's all black people, and I'm like, all right, okay, tribalism, that's pretty normal. Okay, that's why we beefing. Okay, that's like, and then my dad would teach me like, oh, by the way, I was born during independence, and he would tell me about these mythical motherfuckers. Let's not even name them, their race. That, yeah, and this happened, and then the oil, and then the British oil company would come in. I was like, what the hell is this thing talking about? What are you talking about? The royal kingdom. I said, okay, all right, cool. Left that mother, came here. Went up to a kid, had a scar on his face. I thought he was Yoruba. Pulled up to him. I said, what's going on? Whatever. He says, okay. Yeah, I'm Lorenzo. I was like, you Nigerian, right? He says, no. I said, what are you talking about? So I'm American. I said, oh yeah, but like you got that. So you got to be from, he's like, no, I was born. I said, what about your dad? He said, I was born. He was born. I said, what's your dad? I said, oh, okay. That's what African American is. Got it, cool. Then I looked around, I watched. I said, because a lot of Nigerians, there are a lot of you. I didn't compare those people to the affluent people in my country. I compared them to the other Lagos people grinding, trying to get it. I said, some motherfucking similarity here. Because that's called empathy. And I said, well, them Nigerians that was struggling in Lagos at Cole, getting on the buses and doing all that, struggling every day to light, I said, they ain't stupid. And I know they ain't stupid because I was them, and then I came here, and I'm making something of myself. Okay, cool, and I'm stuck in the line. Now I'm watching this from the hood. I said, I talk to this, they ain't stupid. If I put them 2 together, they sing. I said, well, why that? And I started looking, Redline and Jim Crow. I said, wait a fucking minute. But then you know what they hit me with, Sandy? They'll tell you in Nigeria, at least in Nigeria, I like that Nigerians are starting to get away from that. They used to try to do that shit back when I was way younger. I love that Nigerians is waking it up now. They tell you straight up, them boys is bribery and corruption in the office, and I know where they learned it from. And the resources, I know why it's not trickling down. So at least now Nigerians are saying, oh yeah, off at their heads. Dig me, Sandy, follow me, don't lose me, please, Q, don't lose me, right? So then you come with you know what I'm saying? So then you come off the end here, and then now it's like, then back then they was telling the Nigerians, oh, you just gotta go to school. It's because you a bum. It's because you this. You from this tribe. You don't know nobody. I said, why? It don't make no sense. It made more sense when I start seeing people leave the country, make something out of themselves. So I come here. We take a ninja from North. You put him in Randolph with a little bit of money, and y'all don't know where Randolph is, let's just say Alpine then, New Jersey, where Chris Rock living and make all that money. Put him in there, little bit of resources. See if that same hood can turn into something. But it's the rap, it's the we were always this, perpetuating stuff, the stereotype. John Wick, pop, John Wick. You more upset at the John Wick song by Drake than you upset at the John Wick movie. Because it's okay. Because you understand that you feel like white people can watch John Wick and they have enough sense to go home and say, that was just a movie. But the burden is on me. It's on me to go, how am I being represented? Where John Wick can, what's the nigga's real name? Whatever his real name is. He can show up on a set, do his movie, go home. Is there a situation where you protect children from watching a certain thing? Absolutely. I'm not going to have that argument with you. That's why we have Keanu Reeves. That's why we have ratings. Will you always protect them? No. But I don't think 10-year-old white boys is watching Chief Keef?
The ratings themselves had racial issues. Ratings themselves had racial issues, but ratings as a concept. On your thing before, yeah, I agree with everything you said. Like, for me, I didn't peep that growing up because I'm Dominican too, right? Afro-Latino, right? Mm-hmm. And I grew up in America. And a lot of these things I didn't really peep, right? Until I got older, because I grew up in a predominantly Black and Hispanic neighborhood. I didn't really grow up talking to white people at all, really, until I got old enough and went to work into working front desk for more affluent parts of the city. And then now I see all this divide, right? And seeing how the things you're pointing out, right, is how I've seen other Afro-Caribbean people talk about people in America and try to do that divide, right? Like a lot of the things what people say is
we'll do it to ourselves too. I don't have to wait on them. That's why I say to people that are supporting me that are white, I always say oh, by the way, sometimes I'm talking on a system perspective. Sometimes I won't hear one single white person do any of what I'm talking about. But I know that the system that they created, that's either your daddy or his uncle, whoever, whatever, is going to trickle down that even to the point where the shit was so good, you don't even need to do the work no more. We'll do it for ourselves. We sitting here arguing about who in here, don't raise your hand because I don't want to, has even committed a fucking crime. But look how much time we're spending on the burden of our art.
But Kay, I want to really quickly, because it's nowhere near my turn. I just want to interject really quickly regarding the divide.
Yeah, it's very important issues. And it's very much I may be calm, mainly because I'm at the end of my sleep. When the end of my
I get you.
Yeah. So I'm also not a generally angry person. But I do feel that the problem with me, the reason why I was harping on the stereotype thing is because I really do be getting annoyed, right? When I'm at work. Right. And I work, customer service front desk. I have to be very polite to people. And then, randomly when I get a person that looks at me and will treat me a certain way, they'll expect me to react in a certain way. I'll never forget this. One lady talking about you people are from everywhere, and I love collecting your people's items. Or there's one person that greets everybody else the same, and then looked at me and raised his fist up and said, "Where's the party at?" That type of stuff irks me. And on the video thing, it's not more about adding to stare. Can you hear me correctly? Hello? Everything?
Yeah, I'm listening, Cindy.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not about adding to these stereotypes that people have of people, because I feel like even if you removed all this narrative of stereotypes about people, they'll just create new ones out of thin air, right, within the day to have about people, right? My point is that these stereotypes, exist and create and influence people in how they create art around that. And that is a recursive cycle, right? And it starts on tearing down the system. But since I can't do that, I do think it is important to point those things out to help people
that are affected by it who know and understand and be okay with having a more robust perception of themselves, right?
I think that's fair. I'm gonna move on to Q right now. I think I've really understood your point. And I know you got to go, but I think that is fair. But that's why I keep going back saying to what I said. If I had because the idea is that I'm not saying that I don't believe this can be solved, but that's why I said I wish I had 3 wishes, and I'll tell you one of them so I could snap my finger and get to it. But I want to move on because me and you go. We've kind of taken a lot of the space. It's 6:15. I said 5:30. I said 6:30 tops. 6:30. I promise. I'm getting out of here. Q, man, thank you so much for holding and being patient. Then I'm going to go to lead back to Issa, then open the floor for anybody else that wants to say anything else, and we're going to get up out of here.
You know, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? I got like 3 things, but I'm going to just say them, or at least I'm going to try to say them if I can remember them, and I'm going to just let you just pick which one, because I know you got the tangent of just breaking down one clip and just taking it. But like, the main thing is like, where are the activists? Like, I know they're still here, but like they don't play a heavy part in the community like they used to when we had like the MLKs and the Malcolm X and stuff. And we're trying to put that jacket onto these
They're not good at the internet. They're not good at the internet. They're not good at the internet. Go ahead. That's your quick answer. They exist. They're not good at the internet. And the people that are good at the internet aren't great activists. I'm not as good as an activist as I should be. I'm good at the internet. Could I become a better activist? Yes, I'm good at the internet. Go ahead, Q.
True. I think what's my
you didn't have to be good at the internet before. You just have to be being a good speaker, being educated are 2 things. Being good at the internet, a 3rd thing. So what's happening? You'll have people that are good at speaking, good at the internet, not that knowledgeable, not really good activists. You get me, Q? Let's keep going.
You know, I feel you. My other thing, I was about to get into the FD Signify John. With him, it's like I love it. I think he has a sense of like, you know what I'm saying, spitting the real sometimes. It's just, it has a coating of like, I'm telling you the truth. This is what actually happened. It's like, but like, this is what I saw. It's like, it gives me perspective over like actual like fact. Like when you said you watched I only watched, like, I try to watch the Kendrick Drake John, but I only watched it because I'm like, you said it was valid, so I'm like, no, let me try. Soon as the Pusha T John started, I'm like, oh, here we go. Here's where it just all plummets down. So I was like, yeah, but yeah, you stronger than me for that. But like, I don't know. I got one more tape I can't think about. I'm gonna let the ladies go.
No, if it comes back to you, you can use it as your ending talking point. I would say this one thing that FD Signifier probably does is something that I've been trying to be better at though, Q, is like I'm trying not to talk down or at people. I do a terrible job at it too. Right? Like, and some of it is warranted because like
you from Jersey, so it's like, you know
what I'm saying? Like it's hard. It's like it's not an easy thing to do because you go to school or you do a lot of reading or you do like I notice I do it a lot more when I'm talking about music or rap specifically. I don't even care about what these little niggas be telling me. Fuck, you gonna tell me about rap? You know what I'm saying? Like I breathe this shit, right? So I know I get a little arrogant, but with the signifier, I think that that might be what you're seeing. Because I do think you can just tell us the guy has good insight, but it's like you got to be able to check your bias and figure out where you're a little biased. Like what's happening, like where's that? And it's a very hard thing to do. And I say that because it's a very hard thing to do for me. But one thing I try to do is like I remember I did a video on Jay-Z and Young Chris, Jay-Z taking Young Chris flow. Like that's one of my worst videos. And it has 27,000 views. And when I say one of my worst videos, it's one of my worst videos in terms of internet talk. Like, I didn't really stand on anything. And the reason why is because I told niggas at the top of the video, like, yo, I'm a former Avenger, bro. This is hard for me, right? And I said, this is how I see it. So when the comments come in, most of the comments is not attacking me. Most of it is just like, yeah, nah, this is what I think. And I'm like, if I wasn't a whole Avenger, I would agree with you. That's how I do my conversations. I like to put it at the beginning, so if my conversations sound awkward, it's like so you can know where I think I've tried to check my bias at the front, right? The thing that
Very
pissed me
appreciative.
off, yeah, for sure, bro, and I thank you for noticing it. The thing that I struggle with Drake and Kendrick and J. Cole that pissed me to bleep off, even though I end up making 200 videos about Drake, is motherfuckers don't understand how much before all of this BS. That's why I was so happy when I had the tweets with all my like fanboying of all three of them. Motherfuckers don't understand how much I love all three of them. Like before all this deep introspective, all this bullshit. Like I was obsessed with all three of them's music. I go to a concert, I know their music same, right? If anything, it's easier to probably know like a Kendrick music because he got less music. Now, there's only so much to learn.
Yeah.
Now, they may be more detailed, but it's only so much to learn. Drake got freaking 12 albums, right?
Exactly.
And I don't gotta know. And then J. Cole was like, all right, maybe some of the mixtape stuff, I gotta refresh my memory. But you get the point. So the point is, you know, I don't share the same dislike for Drake. I think because at the beginning in terms of how they analyze him, I could critique him versus putting all this weird stuff on him because at the end of the day, this is how I interpret my this is how my brain works. Like when Dr. Umar presents what has hip hop done for the community, I don't just go, okay, I'm pro-black. And I think black people should do everything and then give you the answer because if I just thought that way, Dr. Umar would be right. It's a bunch of black billionaires, wear the stuff. But because I like to stop myself and say, okay, what's going on? Wait a minute. I would like to think that there was a time if you caught me in college, I probably would have been like, yeah, you know, Dr. Umar's right. But now I'm like, wait, what are we talking about right now? What are we really talking about? Let's really break down, like, how did we get here in 2024 where the acts for institutions are coming from entertainers? When Malcolm X, I'm gonna give you the exact quote. Lee, what's up? Q, just hold on 1 second. Lee, how you doing? I'm gonna give you that quotes. I'm gonna give you the exact quotes. I'm gonna give you the
So
please. How are you,
two
Lee?
significant things happened to me today. I was just wondering what you guys thought. Firstly, I work in some place that has to do with tourism. This guy came, I work with a tour company, right? And he has this big ass speaker and he's paying not like us. And he says to some of the tour guides, you guys heard the song, right? So they're like, yeah, of course we have. He's like, did you guys know that Drake doesn't even like black people? I promise you, that's really happened today. I was like, what? And he's giving them the whole story of the beef, and he's like, yeah, this is why you shouldn't listen to Drake because you know he's half white. And I was like, whoa, like I was mind blown. He was on vacation and he was saying his stuff, but my mind was blown. And two, I'm on TikTok. I'm watching this video, and I'm not in America, so I don't know much about American politics. But the girl is saying that Kamala Harris is just now claiming to be African American. A couple of years ago, she was saying that she was West Indian. I was like, what? But
Well,
we're black.
Kamala Harris is Jamaican,
I
American,
know
and
exactly
Indian,
what
but she's
she is. I know
black. Yeah, but she's
exactly.
black, and
But
she never claimed to be anything else, from what I
but
know.
the thing is, they're arguing that she's West Indian, but I'm like, that's black. That's literally.
That's it.
And
This is the
this
idiots.
just
And this is what like we were kind of talking about with Sandy earlier, Lee, and I'm trying to connect.
exactly.
It's like it don't really matter what the hell you would have done. They would have said what they was going to say anyway, right? And what I mean by that is they would say what they would say anyway, even though it's a different thing. They would be the same. They would say what they was going to say anyway to get their agenda. I do think like Issa's right. Like being Jamaican American is different from being African American. But you know the play. You know the play. Issa, you like, oh, we gotta talk about it. Oh, you gonna mute yourself. We gotta talk about it. But do me and you? Okay, I'm continental African, you African American. Do we not know the difference?
We do. And
I'm
that's what I'm
Then
Caribbean,
saying.
but
why do you think the RNC, why do you think the Republicans and Fox are doing
Because
that?
we
They
don't
know the
know, and
play.
they can
No,
manipulate us.
they know the play,
Yeah.
and you think they didn't see the opposite of me and you on Twitter arguing?
Right. Because this is what it is, and this is why Black people are triggered. I'm sorry, Lee, because I was trying to say it before Sandy left, because I just wanted to interject it quickly. I didn't want to create a whole diatribe.
No, you good, you good.
But people need to understand, and our culture as Black people is really, it's in the lost and found. It's been completely unclaimed, and people get to manipulate it how they want to for their benefit and their gain. So what does that mean? When we get,
Hold on one second, Isa. I'm so sorry. Urban Greek. I see you. You're on that line, brother. On that line. I can see right there. What is it about the U.S. that attracts all these people to come here? Once I see that, like you can have national pride, but I'm very good at this sniper. I'm about to hit you. I'm about to snipe you. Just watch this. You're on that line, and your next words. We're gonna all sit patiently. Your next words, because you were on my live before and you got on my damn nerves, and I think because you didn't get sent to the shadow realm, you think this is a play situation. Once you get to this point right here, I can read the moves 5 miles away. I know this move. This is the pre-xenophobia move. And I'm not about to get in with you about immigration. I'm not also about to get with you about, oh, what Black people are doing. I'm not about to do all that. I know I've shown myself to be well versed on these topics. I've shown myself to give not only immigrants but African Americans grace, or Asian Americans or white Americans. Now you, brother, now he's dropping music left and right. No, that's not good enough for me. Stay on point. You know I'm talking to you, Urban Greek. What is your next line gonna be about what attracts people to come to the US? You have 10 seconds. 9, 8, type fast. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You were muted, but Issa, that was too nice of you. He has been sent to the shadow realm. He has been sent to the shadow realm. He has been sent to the shadow realm.
I didn't mean to mute him. I was just on standby.
He has been sent to the shadow realm. He has been sent to the shadow realm. He has been sent to the shadow realm.
Holy
He has been sent to the shadow realm. What that person said doesn't matter what, why, if they're here hating or not, they were supposed to be here. I gave the brother chances. He was here Friday. I gave him a chance again today. Now you're blocked. And the sucky part is what people don't realize when I block you you're the one that have to live with it. Because there's a reason why you were here. Issa, please go ahead.
Thank you. And really quickly, because I want Lita to finish her point, which I think was a great story time that needs to be brought up and discussed. Well, first of all, and I'm grateful for that interruption because I want to reframe that statement that I was about to make with a question. I want to pose this question, and it's a bit rhetorical. Okay? What is Black American culture? What is that? Okay?
I've been asking you for so long.
What is Black American culture? Now, it's a thing. It's a thing. The problem is it's a bit intangible. It's like, I kind of got an idea what that tastes like, but I don't really know. And so it's in the lost and found, but we know it when we see it on other people because it triggers us. And so we're literally having a collective healing in public, and people feel like they have the right, no disrespect, they feel like they have the right to chime in when y'all did not put in on this meal, right? So we just need the grace and the space to have conversations about baby hair, about twerking, about Ebonics, which is its own language. It's not for everybody. It's not TikTok talk. It's not internet talk. It's not global talk, because I don't know how to speak the native tongue on the continent. I don't know how to speak patois. I don't know how to speak Spanish. Okay, so Ebonics is Black culture. And how do we know that this is real culture? Because we were all doing it collectively without the internet. And we'll meet up at random places and we'll be able to finish each other's sentences. Like our mom will say, close the front door. You're letting all of my good air out. Come home before the street lights come on. Conversations about the things that we did, and none of us grew up in the same space or place. We had the same experiences going to church, getting our hair pressed out on Easter Sunday morning. We watched the same shows. We did the same dances without the internet. That's how you know it's real culture. Because we did it, it was ingrained in us. Our grandmothers gave us this, and even us using baby hair, because we had to tame our hair so it becomes socially acceptable. And when you had those edges that was sticking up and sticking out, you look unkempt, and people that did not understand, they talked about you. So it was something that our aunties and our grandmothers and their grandmothers came up with so that we would not be teased, and they wouldn't be teased because they were being quote unquote bad moms. And so no, being West Indian is not black, because I don't know anything about carnival. I don't know anything
Well,
about.
can I stop you right there, Isa? So, one of the reasons why I've loved people being able to specifically specify ethnicity, as much as I feel about certain groups whose names I will not mention because they come off like a cult instead. I still understand what they were trying to do. That's why I still understand when you say ADOS. I understand what you're trying to do and say. I understand what you're trying. And when I say African American, things like that. What I want to point out though is that there is a difference, right? But I have to retort back and let people know that the context of how you use black, I get it,
Absolutely.
right? But the context of black as a race, we need to make sure that we understand that. And I don't like, could I do the whole back and forth with people about it?
It don't have to be a back and forth.
Yeah, not that with you. What I'm saying is the concept of black as a race, right, is what mostly sometimes people are referring to that gets confused with like African American ADOS, right? And the differences matter, right? Same way white is white, right? Then there's being British, then there's being white American. You understand what I'm saying to you, right?
Absolutely.
Like so I'm very careful to tell people not to get triggered and to always just use your context clues. But also, I'm very careful to not belittle how you feel that you think that the black is being used as interchangeable to say that the person is African American, right? But where I have a problem when people try to act like that is what's happening is when we know everything about the person. I know your father is Jamaican. I know your mother is Indian. Is your skin black or brown? Yes. So what happens is people start implying that she's not black and she thinks she's black, whatever the case might be, right? To furthermore create an issue. But what I will say to you though, and that what I think you're right about is that what happens with growing up not being a descendant of enslaved people is that when you grow up in America and you welcome people that look like you, things, whatever, someone like Kamala Harris who ends up going to an HBCU, that's not what makes you African American, but she's gonna probably take on some of those mannerisms.
The proximity.
Yeah, by
of
proximity.
Yeah.
So I understand the frustration in that, but what I don't want people to feed into is don't then she's not this. She never said she was. Unless you're now asking for a world in which if I'm black, right, but of a different ethnicity, then I must make sure that I stand out and don't talk like anybody that's make sure. And then I would ask you, oh, who does that benefit? Right? It's very these small detailed things. Like I still have to respect the culture. Like I still have to. And then the last piece that is the most piece that I always forget to tell people though is that American culture itself, which Black America is part of, African Americans are part of, is very exportable. And sometimes we think so small in our world, right? And because of the past aggressions that's happened, right? We sometimes don't realize oh, is there a biggest picture here? So then I would ask you, he says, to think for a second. What do you think is the most exported, and I know without involving race, what do you think is the most exported nationality all across the world?
Definitely.
It's American stuff.
Yeah.
No, it's a. Listen, I know. There's no argument that when you start looking at things like hip hop, which is of African American culture. I get you. Like I'm understand, but what I'm trying to say is there is a crucifix. There's something that is almost a detriment, and it is 6:30. I know it's Zoom, but it is what it is. It is almost like a detriment and a blessing at the same time. That is very hard for me sometimes to have this conversation with African American people, to be like, by the way, I'm not saying that the culture isn't special. I would be the last person to say that.
Right.
But I would say that, hey, by the way, the American exceptionalism, and this is where the additional problem comes in, is that at least if America itself was ran only by black people and was a benefit to black people, and had not always, and black culture had not always been at its core been eluded by non-black people or by white people, right? At least Black American people would be okay. African American people would be okay with, like, yeah, we're the most exported, right? But that's where the issues come from. But nobody wants to go to the basement. Is that white Americans are okay with American stuff. Listen, we make fun of white people all the time. You think white Americans don't have culture? I'll bet we may laugh at it.
Yeah, they do.
They do. But you know the reason why they're very okay with that being exported and being the most because they are the benefactors of what's being exported, and they still stay in control of it. Whereas the bigger issue that a lot of my African American brothers and sisters have is, if you back up a little bit, it's not just that, it's like, okay, this is a product of being an American culture. And how do we ownership? I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, it makes perfect sense. And I think that's a good point for me to mute my mic. I think I'm just bringing this up, and I think in the future I could see us kind of like, I know we laugh about it, but just getting organized, because these are really breakthrough conversations. And I know we leave with something to take back to our thinking chairs. And that's something that I want to give to my sister Lee and others that are in the chat and that may be on the panel moving forward, that may be continental African or West Indian or Afro-American, or Afro-Caribbean rather, and what have you, is that, number one, we know, like, the size smart comments that happen in our faces and then also online about Black people not having culture. And this comes from continental Africans, trigger warning. This comes from continental Africans. This comes from Afro-Caribbeans, as if we are subhuman or subpar. And so this is why we are triggered when we see us people taking our rhythms. That's what we say, y'all want our rhythms, but you don't want our blues. Like, it's a lot of negative aspects that comes with being a descendant of a slave in America, but it's still lit as fuck. And what's lit, the part that's lit of it, came from the struggle. Like, y'all gave us scraps. We made soul food. That's what people don't understand. It's just like, oh, I'm gonna cook soul food because I'm dating a Black man. And women be like, yo, that's wild. Like, Black women be like, yo, that's crazy, because y'all don't understand that slave struggle food. And y'all just all like, you a white lady or some other descendant giving a tutorial about how to make slave food. We think that's weird because people think that we don't have culture. And I'm saying, like, let's bridge that gap. Black people, first of all, need to have more knowledge of self, and Q brought that out. We need to have knowledge of self to fill that gaping hole, which makes us insecure and easily triggered. Once we fill that with knowledge of self, we'll be like, no, that person's trolling me. I know who I am. I know who I come from. And I know what contributions we've made regionally, locally, and globally. So I don't have to be moved by what's being said, because we don't have our roots. They keep getting moved. Our roots keep getting burnt up and dug up. So we're moved around. We're manipulated for everybody else's gain. And we still don't know who we are. And then you have people coming in like, oh, y'all trying to divide us. But then these same people will start speaking languages over our head to exclude us. These same people will remind us that Afro beats is not ours, and this is not ours, and Carnival is not ours. And
I think I want to make sure that I know that what you're saying, Isa. I just want to make sure that Ant's point is heard, which is that it's a group of people, and it's the same group that, in my opinion, are affected by what the other group are affected too, are affected with too, right? Like, so I hear what you're saying, but the same way, and we're not going to go tit for tat, right? But just so you know, and then we get to the root cause, the same way, like maybe a non-African American person is talking down on a Black person in their native language, right? Is the same way that when somebody that's African American is like, why do you immigrants come here all the time? At the root of it, right? right? To a black immigrant of all people, and y'all don't know how to take care of your own homes. Look, you running from your own country. At the root of it is two people that don't understand the reality of why they are treating each other that way. You understand what I'm saying? He said, like, at the end of the day, so I do think that I want Ant's point to be made, and I get the passion that you're speaking with, and I also want to make sure that and nobody is sitting here watching me listen to you because I want to give you grace to talk and be like, oh, stop her. That's not all of us, right? And if it was, me and you wouldn't be able to talk here.
But I think
We
that's
wouldn't be
harmful.
having a conversation.
I'm looking
We
at
wouldn't
Ant's
be having a
comment.
conversation.
I really feel like that's a harmful, and if he wants to come up, because me and Ant have spoke before, I really feel like that's a harmful, what's the word, generalization. To say respectfully speaking, it's a vocal minority in the diaspora.
Well, but wouldn't you say that your generalization itself is
no,
harmful?
I'm because here's the thing. I'm talking about when I don't my personal opinion, and I could be wrong. I'm talking about law of averages. If it happens once, it's an occurrence. If it happens once, it's a coincidence. 3 times, it's an anomaly. You get it more than that, it's a trend. And so if I can see people who, like you, are activists in other spaces of the inner universe, are collecting trends, because you're in this lane, but they are actively in that lane saying, guys, why don't y'all like us? And they have enough data to see it said. And I've seen it with my own eyes, and it's
people
been
that actually. Here's the thing. This is like, I wouldn't call it cherry picking, but the first pushback I would give you is this: people that actually don't have an opinion, or actually are not chronically online, that just go outside and exist. Right? I don't know what state you're from. We can have that conversation. That's another thing to talk about. They don't actually most likely get online and sit on Twitter all day and talk down on African American people.
That's not what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it happens enough. Hear me, because I'm solutions oriented. Because when I say to the solution for all of this, I keep going back to education and knowledge of self. I'm going to stay there. And what I'm saying is this: I'm trying to level the playing field, because people are triggered, and that's why we're saying the things we're saying. I get it. We got to get through the muck first. We have to get through this to get to the promised land of
no, that's fine. That's fine. But I also cannot, like, in Lee's defense, I also cannot act like, and that's why I'm trying to make it so you kind of feel what I'm saying is that at the root of it is really just a lot of things, like you said, of things that we don't know about each other. And I know you're only speaking from your perspective.
Absolutely.
But for every tweet that you could find on someone being, disparaging towards an African American, a black person being disparaging to an African American, I can find a black African American person being disparaging towards a non-black African American.
Just like you said, two things can be true at the same time.
But now this is the question I'm presenting to you. If you look at the root of it, does it really make sense? I don't want to get deep enough to do this to you. But answer me this, right, Issa? Answer me this. And I know eventually lineage becomes lineage. But riddle me this. If the idea was the Yorubas were fighting with the Benin people, right? You following me? Same before it became Nigeria. And the Yorubas captured a few Benin soldiers. And the Benin soldiers captured a few Yoruba soldiers. And the Portuguese came in and said, give me 10 of the Benin soldiers, give me 10 of the Yoruba soldiers, right? Okay, so your people at first were Benin, I'm Yoruba, right? This is history, unless you're going to believe that, African American people are Indians or something, that's fine with me, you can have it, right? I'm not saying you do that, but just follow me. Let's say my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's brother was captured, right? Take that, right? Your great-great-great-great-great-great-great, whatever, grandfather was captured in Benin, right? Shipped off to the same land. Just hear me out. Follow me for a second, right? So now you have those people eventually whose lineage becomes African American. Think about the lack of thought process that I would have in my brain to understand that the same people that I'm talking shit about at one point was literally probably my exact family member. Now you flip the coin and you go, how come y'all immigrants always coming over here? Your country is shit. And you think, and no, not you, I'm saying, but like you flip it. And then if you can't think as an African American person and go, okay, after all, and I know it's hard because it's hard to do this type of self-work. Like, okay, I know my forefathers eventually survived slavery and they made something out of ourselves and they're still living within the confines of this system. right? Because you can project online this sense of superiority. Why you Africans always coming over here? But you can't do that with me because I've seen it with my own eyes, and I know that, nigga, what you talking about? We still ain't free here.
Right.
Right? No matter what I end up making out of myself, I think it's a collective. So it takes a sense of mindset as an African American person not to then be able to deject and be like, man, yeah, something traumatic happened on this side, but damn, the people that were left back home, what had to have happened traumatically that they couldn't even function to not have to leave that country? And part of the traumatic things that happen is you didn't even consider, not you, but you didn't even consider that part of that trauma is they lost your manpower. Motherfuckers don't think.
So let me wake this up.
Yeah.
Before we get too far from your I don't know what that can be considered a metaphor regarding us all being from the same tribe.
Not necessarily what I'm saying, but just
is that what that's what you built for us, right? The visualization, is that what you just? I want to.
No, I'm trying to show you how for two people to insult each other using white supremacist talking points.
That was not my opinion. What I'm saying is,
not you.
Okay, and let's do something because we're in this space that you created for us here. It's me, you, and Lee. It's Q, it's Ray, and whoever else is in the chat having a conversation that hopefully will add to us waking up as a collective. So what I'm saying is, when people say, when my sister Lee says, it isn't Kamala black, and I've heard it more than once today, and I've heard it other times, I'm not offended. I'm just saying, like, it's food for thought. I know I sound passionate all the time. I can't help it. I wish I could. But it's just food for thought. When I hear people say, but we all came from the same place. Now, let me put you into a...
That's not my answer to that question, though. My answer to that question would be something that we should all be confident in saying. Oh, Kamala Harris is black by race, but she's not African American. That's okay. And I'll just keep it pushing.
So what brought that? I'm saying that because that's where we started. And I'm sorry for everybody in the comments.
No, I get you. No, keep going. I get you.
This is what usually happens. Everybody says, well, we're all from there. Colonization and white supremacy dispersed us. But this is what happens. This is the subculture of being Black American. And I want to wake that up for everybody here. We're still debating on if we are Hebrew Israelites, not by religion, if we are Hebrew Israelites by blood, if we are original copper-colored Native American, Turtle Island Indians by blood, or if we actually, and I knew you was going to chuckle, or if we came from the transatlantic slave trade, because people inside of the Black American culture have brought up great thesis for all three. And so what I'm asking people, what I'm asking
in that sense,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, in that sense, that's okay. Like, because you know what it is, and that's where I think that's where that's where my superpower is. Like at that point, and that's why it almost becomes like bullying. And this is probably not a conversation meant for live. Like, if someone were to present that to me, like, oh, these are all the different talking points I would be like, okay. Because at that point, then no matter how much knowledge I give you, no matter how much life experience I show you, no matter how much I put me and Mos Def's picture next to the same portrait, then it just becomes bullying, because then it just becomes then it's up to me to eject myself and say, okay, I understand.
Yeah.
By the way, I also understand your talking point, and I don't think I've ever been aligned that much with people saying that, oh, well, we're all black. And I say that, let me tell you why I say that. And this is where the forward thinking comes in. I say that, girl, because I promise you, I didn't just come up with this idea out of nowhere. I always tell you, if you go to the basement of the house and you look at the foundation, you'll find the problem anyway, right? If you want to buy the ideology that it's Hebrew Israelites, Indians, whatever, let me go with the ideology that I think, right? Hear me out. If the Yoruba people had saw the Benin people as black, right? When the Europeans came in and said, oh, let's try to raid, the raiding wasn't that effective. And they said, oh, okay, you Negroes don't even see each other as the same anyway. Or you don't even see each other close enough to fight us. Because Europeans never saw themselves as the same anyway. They fought wars all the way down to the damn Cold War. damning wars. So I'm not going to give them that much credit. But when it comes to, for whatever reason, dealing with the rest of the world, they always seem to be on code. So the point I'm trying to make to you is that if you go to the root cause of the problem for continental Africans, Caribbeans, African Americans, ask yourself, yes, I know what African American culture has become today and how blessed you are to be what you are as a descendant of enslaved people. And I know that you only see but nothing but pride in it, which you should. But ask yourself this, would that have even happened if the Yoruba people saw the Benin people as, oh, we're black, them people is the enemy. And if we gotta die by it, we'll die by it.
So I think that's
the question I have for you.
I think that's perfect because this is what I wanted to say. Okay, it's almost like, and don't fight me. I really want to mute so you can finish, but we keep kind of doing this because that's what we do. People need permission because we are like, say it's levels and phases to awakening and knowledge of self. You being continental African and you have that advantage. I'm gonna call it home court advantage as it pertains to mobilization and cultural pride. You know exactly where you came from. You know the history of your people. You know the tongue and all of that. So you move different yourself. You have a sense of self that others will not have. And I want y'all to understand that's what I'm saying. So as we who are descendants of, I keep making this difference because we started out talking about the burden of the music, the burden of the culture. There are levels of how you're going to digest information based on how you see yourself. And that's on some spiritual intergalactic shit, which I was like, okay, no, we talking about time as a construct. Wake that up, because that's where we're going to. And we have to master this level before we get to the boss phase. What are you saying, Issa? I'm so glad you asked. What I'm saying is we have to give space. I'm not about to fight with a Hebrew Israelite if I did my ancestry like my sister Stace, and she know her family came from West Africa. I'm not about to fight with a Hebrew Israelite who has pride, who has knowledge of self, who has built a life for himself, believing that he is a lineage of the 12 tribes of Israel. I'm not about to fight him and try to knock him off that. If he can take directions, if he knows he's a melanated person from the diaspora and we have a common enemy, then I can work with that. People need to find something is what I'm saying. And we don't get to make Black people choose. Whatever resonates with you, it's not necessarily what y'all consider Black. Even the etymology of Black, it started with the Black power. I'm not saying all of it, but how we use it now. The etymology of how we are using Black now, before the internet, and I got research to prove this, it started with the Black power movement by Black Americans. And then
I think that to a certain extent, you're right. To a certain extent. But it's not worth, and this is what I'm good at. It's not worth the like Salita said, disrepresentation of Black, like you're saying, like the Black pride, you're right to that extent. But in terms of knowing you're Black, and I really don't want to make anybody upset, knowing you're Black and being able to, I guess, not always have to be constantly tapped in it. I get your point. But I think it is so unfair to Caribbean people. It is so upset because they're the in-between, right? They're the in-between to the connection. It is so unfair for someone that is African who has soul. It's not like I don't see white people or Chinese people, right? The advantage that we just had is that you didn't have to, you didn't have to live with that constant wording all the time. But at no point, and I think that's what a lot of Africans who are trying to speak to this topic made a mistake. At no point, there are areas in Africa named after Blackness. Like if you look at Sudan, and I don't like doing this because then it's just then it just becomes the argument. That's not what I want to do. But I will give you this. In terms of the representation of Blackness, the way you're using it right now until Black power, yes, I do that. But when you say what you say about the Hebrew Israelites, things like that, I really, really struggle. I really, really struggle with the way my brain works when I get to a problem. Like, so when I get to a problem, the way I do my solving is unpacking to the beginning. It's like when you lose your keys, you go back to the beginning. And I'm telling y'all, it's probably not my fight to be had now. And I'm telling y'all, not just I'm talking to you or talking down at you or at you, Issa, or anybody that's a descendant of enslaved people. I'm talking to my own people. I'm talking to Jamaicans. I'm talking to Trinidadians. I'm talking to Bahamas people. I'm telling you that if we all just keep coming to the root, right, you'll notice it's two things: imperial power, lack of unification. So
we have it two. You know what I realized, Kate, is we having two different conversations because I don't want to talk about the root. I want to talk about moving forward.
but this is what I'm saying. But
You can't do that without a knowledge of yourself.
But if you okay, and I understand that, but the problem now is that when you say knowledge of self, right? The difference between what you're saying, and this is not for, it's not up to me or anybody else that looks like of me to figure this out. The problem now with what you're saying is, does that knowledge of self is one thing?
No.
Because then you're saying that it's okay to say, okay, you're a Israelite, you're this, you're that. Then that's not one group of people then, is it?
This is what happens. And I really want to mute because I see people are leaving and I want to give everybody time.
Yeah,
so I see that you're passionate about that. But this is for everybody. What this movement looks like, and mark my words, y'all are going to start seeing this. We're on the cusp of a new revolution. I'm a super, super spooky, hippie, third eye, you know what I'm saying, Satan type person. So I look at everything from a metaphysical and a spiritual first, and then I come to the 3D and figure out how it all comes together and cooks. Okay, people just need to find something to hold on to, and then they begin an evolution. You got to ground. You got to grab something and you got to move forward and start. You just got to start. And so what I'm saying is, this is not saying Dominicans are not what they are. It looks like us coming to the table as melanated people and having conversations, because they got to tell me, you got to tell me about imperialism. And then I got to tell y'all, well, this is where Black in our everyday vernacular as Americans has come from, and English language has come from. What does Black mean to you? Oh, it's just to talk about our skin. And I was like, well, can we agree? We're having a table of nations now. Can we agree that maybe we can move this word around, and maybe that means melanated? Because to us, it means something else. And this is how we've always used it until the internet came to be, and we've seen it be co-opted. And I have a presentation, Kay, and I want to show you how this can be harmful to the diaspora as a whole, to use this interchangeably and not mark boundaries. How do you all feel about us using melanated? Everybody that's in favor, say aye. That's what it.
I'm African. I'm Black. I'm Yoruba. I'm Nigerian. I'm American. And my skin is melanated.
But see, we're talking about us coming together and not feeling separate.
Yeah, but what you're not, and that's why I'm gonna move on after this. And this is why I'm gonna stand my ground, Lisa, and I have to push back because I think I've been very fair. And here's the problem with what I'm telling you. The problem with what you're doing is that you're not, and this is why I'm actually being confrontational. And you know, it takes a lot for me to have to be that. Girl, you gotta understand what you're now doing is that you're now taking a group of people that even you don't identify as, and you're not pointing out that when they come with these identifications, they are coming at it with exclusions, Issa. Like a Black Israelite is not sitting here getting ready to talk to a Nigerian person like, yeah, no. There are some things that comes with that. Right? You get me, Issa? Like that, so that's where now I gotta give you my strongest pushback. It's like, wait. You're right.
I just want to make sure I'm following you with the pushback. You're saying that conversation can't happen because it's too many.
Because when the conversation goes outside, like when a lot of these groups that you're saying they gotta have something to attach to, they attach to these things, and I don't know if this conversation is way too nuanced. They attach to these things, these non-African based things, and they do that with detachment that they are of that. Like, why do you think they're saying that? Like, I'm not saying that I'm native to this country and I'm Indian if it's not because I don't want to, it's not going to give me free, and I'm not saying they all do this, it doesn't give me free reign from being able to speak about my continent of origin. I'm trying to tell. It's hard for me to like really try to say what I'm trying to say, but I hope you can pick it up. Like when I say I'm this, instead of like, oh, okay, I'm. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? Like, I think you're given really a lot of leeway to like why they're making those associations. It's not as pure as you may see it as. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe I am an idealist in that way, but I know that much about revolutionaries that they are kind of that
And
way.
it's the same.
See what I'm saying? And for Michael, what do we know? Martin Ford.
And it's the same, but it's the same thing as why. It's the same thing why I've dinged some Africans who would say, like you would say, oh, I'm not black, don't call. Like, why do you think they're saying that? Because subconsciously they know it gives them free reign to not have to deal with what comes with being that. Do you understand my analogy? And I know it's like 6:56 now. I got to give the remaining floor time to go. But I think we can probably. I might even call you so we could just talk about this. Like, because then it just becomes a one-on-one conversation. And then some of it is like, all right, okay, we can't. I don't put it on live,
even if it was an email, because I don't want to take up too much time. But being here as a contributor and just want to help build a platform, I think that getting clarity about that is important, because I think all of us here, no matter what your lineage is, whatever you identify as. And I'm going to end with this for real. I think we all want the same thing. That's what I'm trying to say. We all want the same thing. I think we're just talking about what's the road to get there. Like, drop the location so we can all show up. It's just like trying to figure out how do we get there. It was a beautiful discourse. Thank y'all for letting me take up so much time. I apologize thoroughly. And I'm going to mute my mic right there. You actually take me down so everybody else can have fun.
Salita, you've been holding the rest. If you just give me your last thoughts,
well,
then Q.
You know what? I've loved the dialogue. I've loved the dialogue. It's been amazing. I appreciate everything that everybody has to say, and I don't want to start the whole conversation up again. I just want to make a small plug for my family now at HQ. There's a documentary. You can watch it on Prime, Amazon Prime, if you have it. It's called Black Ice. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is it's a sports movie. It's about the history of
ice hockey in Canada.
Ice hockey in Canada, and it highlights the Black Nova Scotian community and the Black New Brunswick communities and how they were the first ancestors from the Civil War that came over along with the slaves in Canada. And the reason why it's so important is you don't hear about the culture of Black Canadians, and I think that it would help for Black Americans to understand more about it, because I do think we need each other very much. And my last thing is that documentary was produced by Drake and Future.
Well, I'm Googling it now. I've heard of it, but I just started Googling it now, just to see. Thank you so much, Alita. I'll tend to take a look at it. Q, and then when you see me in the streets, and then I'm out of here. 7 o'clock is OD. There's just some final thoughts, dog.
I don't know. But damn, what I'm about to say. Basically, I just think, like, going back to just the idea of blackness. I think once we all realize, we are different. There is no like simple idea of black. Like, I don't think there's no simple idea of just being human. Like, I think once we all realize we all got a different niche and cut, and like you can't just slip someone into a certain angle or just a certain position because you don't have the mindset to be like, let me deep dive into who this person is. Yeah. That's all I gotta say. My autism.
I get you. And I hope that my point wasn't lost in like differences. Like, I'm not about to do like, I hope like at no point in the conversation did I think that it was like that was like a problem or nothing like that. Or so Issa, I hope you know that. But I think with Issa, I think that you might have not noticed is what I was trying to bring her back is like, is the trigger point for me was like, I wouldn't call it a trigger point, but the point for me where I was like, oh, okay, I gotta walk you back a little bit, was that it was like when you say, oh, okay, and maybe that's in-house business, and that could be another good point that you could just be like, hey, they ain't got nothing to do with you, let us do it. It's in-house business, right? Like, so if, and I think I do a good job of that. Like, I don't come on here. There might have been one time where I was like, what the hell is this? Indians, black people, what? But I was just like, okay, that's not like, I'm gonna just leave it. And I can only take whoever gonna come with me to the promised land, right? That's another thing I'm trying to get better at. But what I cannot do in good faith with the lived experience. I don't know who is like I don't know who's from Ghana in here. Like if you've seen a slave dungeon in Senegal, like it would be very, or like in the coast of Calabar in Nigeria, like it would be very disingenuous for me to be like, yeah, okay, I know you're trying to figure out, yeah, Black Israelites, yes, okay, you are already from the Grand Canyon, okay, that would be just very disingenuous. It might be none of my business, like you might be saying, but and why I brought up like when you go back to the root of it, I was just trying to say like, okay, if we can't even get the root correct, then it won't work. But it sounds like you're saying, well, it doesn't really matter as long as they just find something to attach to. So I'm like, okay, like it's hard for me to like, it's hard for me to like, yeah, it is about handling each other gently, but it's kind of sometimes hard for me when I can see the consequences and I may just not be able to communicate it well, or like it doesn't.
You at a disadvantage, Kate, because you got so much culture, you got so much firsthand, like lived experiences. Like, no disrespect, and I don't want to cry talking about it, but they call it PTSD, which is post traumatic slave disorder that came through the epigenetics. Whereas, like, if you're pregnant with a child in utero and you get into a car accident, the trauma and the fear that you feel is automatically going to reconstruct the genetic pattern of the baby in your womb while it's in your womb from that trauma. And so this is what I'm saying. Like, it's literally like an orphan vibe. Oh my God. It's an orphan. No, I'm saying it because it's really deep. It's a feeling of feeling lost and having nothing to belong to, and not knowing
Can I ask you a quick?
And so, like, all that history that you have and all the stuff that you've seen, the language, all of that, you're having both your parents, knowing the oral history of your generations, and you can trace shit back and the stuff that they gave y'all. Like, we don't have that.
No, I understand. But can I interject for 2 seconds, Issa? Take me out of it. Take me out of it. Right? Take me out of it, Issa. And I get it. I understand how you feel. Take me out of it, and let's use the person we were talking about. Let's use someone from Jamaica. Right, Issa? I want you to unmute yourself and say, I see you and I feel what you're saying. And now I want to use that as the leaven of the conversation. I'm not comparing the life of like a Jamaican to an American head to head. But what I'm trying to say is that if at that point, based on what you're saying, with there's always some shared experience, right? But what I'm trying to say is it may be extremely different for an African American person, like you're saying. But now what I'm trying to ask is, at what point, that's all I'm trying to ask, is at what point, right, can you take what you feel, right? Can I then talk to a Jamaican, and can I talk to me and say, okay, you must also have something that's passed down to like that? And at what point?
I'm seeing, Kay, did you remember me saying that we have a new table of nations?
Like to sit down. Yeah, you did say that. You did say that. You did say that. You did say that.
Like, what's our shared experiences, right?
You did say that. You did say that. You did say that. You did say that. You did say that.
Shut up.
You did say that. Hey, reach and foul. Number 7, HQK. You said that. You see, that's the problem. A lot of people don't know how to check themselves. You did say that.
I did, and that's honestly, we can end it because I feel like you wiped over that. If we would have come to that agreement earlier, that's all I was saying. Like, hey,
you did say that. You did say that. You did say that.
Handle each other, and you rightly, we all belong to each other.
But I will say this though, I'm still trying to figure out. Actually, I'll save it for another live because it's past 7. I got you though, Issa. And I'm probably gonna have to chop it over to you a little bit because it's like some of the stuff now. It's like, oh, they having a one-on-one conversation. Get a room, guys. Get a room, guys.
I could watch y'all talk for hours. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know, unless everybody's enjoying it. It's like, because me and Issa could go. I always been knew the type of girl she is, like the type of woman she is. Like from the minute DM, I was like, oh yeah, me and you, we can chat it. Oh yeah, we can. Because that's what insightful people do. You gotta be able to challenge each other. When you see me, you don't know me. There's no other way I can say your name. You're probably gonna have the last words. I gotta go.
Okay. Dang. Okay. No, I think I was listening to some of what Issa was saying, and as a African American as well, I do find it there's always a splinter within African Americans who kind of feel like this like idea of us being having a less rich culture as compared to people who are from the continent of Africa. And then African Americans who are not proud of, but like are fine with taking the history from like post-slavery or just the history of us being in this country, being brought to this country, and the culture that we've created within the American context. And I do think that there's a lot of value in that. I think we've been here for about 500 years, 500 years. So I think that is a pretty rich history and a rich culture. And I do think there is. I've heard about the post-traumatic slave syndrome. I think that's Dr. Joy DeGruy. I think I could be wrong, and that stuff is deep in terms of the trauma we've endured. But I think our culture is deep too, and I don't think we're necessarily lost. I just think we are continuously we beat down on. We keep and it's not just us, but we're being oppressed.
No, I get you. I get you. Well, what's funny though is like I'm not making excuses for anything or anybody. In terms of like what is actually going on. Like when we hear this, like it ain't like they couldn't have got me either, but they weren't able to get me because I don't know. I have a fucking brain. No offense to anybody, but number one, you can't look at any. I don't care if you're white, Asian, from the Hard Rocks. If you were sent to Mars and with a group of people and came back, I don't think I could look at any group of people and be like, "You have no culture." That's a wild thing to say. That's the essence of human being existence is that, right? Like when we were gathering berries and being a tribe, that's what we did. That's the essence of us. But I think what had happened, and I'm not making excuses for anybody, I'm just trying to explain it to you guys. I think what had happened with this whole you don't have any culture thing is that and I'm not trying to blame white people for everything, but it is what it is. So I can't help yourself. Is that the distortion, and this is what it is. As for me as a continental African, like I get what they were trying to do and why some Africans may have bought that or not bought that or not known or just didn't care. Like I don't think, this idea that people are setting up on the internet that everybody's just obsessed with each other. It's just the internet talk. Where I live in, that's not really how it works. Now I have made videos where I've talked about like things that maybe in my household. I remember one time I made a video about like certain black it was a long video, like 50,000 views. A lot of people still don't like it. Well, I just talked about like, hey guys, anti-blackness is so rampant that some people have been trained to think that like the black women in America are not who you're supposed to marry and whatever. And I talked about it and how stupid it was. But the point I'm trying to make is that when this whole thing about maybe African American people not having culture as it's being exported, and I see why Issa's getting very emotional about it, and when you see me, why you're getting emotional about it, is because what happened was they preyed on two things. So they preyed on being able to take advantage of the richness of African American culture here, right, guys? They preyed on it because they know that America exports culture. It exports it. That's what it does. It exports it at like a rapid rate. So when they got done exporting their own culture, like white American stuff, they were like, oh shit, there's a hip hop shit here. All right, good, let's milk that too and export it. But they weren't gonna just export it and then like go like, oh look at our great African Americans, they're the best ever. We did nothing wrong by being here and making their lives a living hell. That doesn't make any sense. Your abuser's not gonna do that. Right? Your abuser would just say that, look at them, they came here and look, they're here now doing whatever this is. So then they preyed on the Africans, I guess, or the Caribbean. Because the Caribbean people, it doesn't even make sense. Because the Caribbean people, you would be that too. You came from the continent too. So how come you think you have culture and then they wouldn't? That doesn't make sense.
I live around a lot of Caribbeans where I'm at, just in Northeast, whatever. And they have strong culture. Like their culture is respected. And
what it is
we got that culture too.
Yeah, so what it is what's the common denominator? The common denominator is motherfucking America, right? So it's like America's like imperialism and domination is just a bit above Europeans. So like the Jamaicans have to deal with like the British, right? And any other Europeans that existed on a colony. Same with the Guyanese, whatever, just follow me here, right? And same with the Nigerians had to deal with the British and the Congolese had to deal with the Belgian people. Just follow me. But America's evil shit, and for all America is now, we love it. Like, don't CIA, don't take me out. But America's shit was just a bit more right? To the right depth, just a more demonic, right? In which they were able to create this thing that was like, oh yeah, you're not who you, and this is what Issa got emotional about, and I felt that, and I had to check myself. It's like, where they tried to create this thing of like, yeah, you have nothing of your own. And even when you created the thing and show them that, oh no, you try to strip me of everything I still have, and it's like, no, you know why? Because we own all the labels, and all that rap shit is ours, and it belongs to Sony and UMG. So it's very hard when you don't have the like quantifiable ownership of it, right? Like, listen, like, look, but at heart you do. So just follow me in, guys. I hope I'm not going on a tangent. So then what America is also good at is the propaganda, even when you don't see it. So what they did was, little by little, as they exported the shit, they told the Jamaicans, like, although y'all both are descendants of slaves, you guys who we don't monitor, no one ever hinted that they don't have no culture. And then they went and told the Africans, like, although you guys, who our cousins also fucked around with, hey, just like the people we took from here, and this is why he said, this is why it's tough for me when people start identifying as something else. It's tough. Doesn't mean that it's my place to talk, but this is how my brain works. They go, listen, when we took them, they turned into something else, and they don't have your culture anymore. So when people are saying, oh, Africans don't have no culture, they're not saying that they don't, because that's dumb. It's inhumane to think people don't have culture. It's impossible for I could take all of us right now in this TikTok and dump us in that article. If they come back 50 years later, we will have something as long as we survive.
Straight up.
Some women, unfortunately, gonna have to bear a little more kids. You're gonna have to do the work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to carry a few more.
Hey, I got a question. You ever seen the hip hop flow chart?
But we're gonna have to keep the population alive. But the point that I'm trying to make is that we would have something. It's impossible to have nothing.
Yeah.
So that idea of people saying that is really just them saying what they just don't know how to say it, is that, oh, you have been too far detached from whatever your people were here, that therefore, if you are no longer us, then you must not have any culture. But that's backwards. That's not true. That's that all that is just, again, you letting massa tell you that you're not as bad as them. You can eat the other part of the pig.
Yeah, it's definitely a tool of like further, like it's just here. It's to make us feel like we ain't nothing. It's to make us feel like we can't do nothing. We're not about nothing. We never created nothing. And so they export that to our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, and some believe it, some don't. But now we have this like idea around us that we ain't got no culture, and I it actually is kind of frustrating to me, because it's like, yeah, like you said, we're human beings. We've been here for hundreds of years. Of course we have culture, like, duh, and you're just saying that to make it feels dehumanizing almost. Like, so what you think, like we all been here and we just never created nothing. We never contributed to the world. We never,
And that's the misunderstanding of what it is, right? But if you let's just take my African American brothers and sisters out for a second. If you took you guys out for a second, and I just and then I went to like I just went to like the rest of the black world, I promise you I would find other things. It's just this happens to be at the forefront right now. I would find other things that's so internalized and it's self-hating that we could root out and be like, who the hell told you that? It reminds me of Malcolm X that. Like, who told you that? Right? I just think that there's this thing that the internet likes to do, is we like to focus on one thing. We harp on one thing, and this is the one thing now, right? And we harp on a way to insult people. We harp on a way to draw emotion out of each other, and we're not looking for a resolution. Like, you see how me and Issa can talk, so you can get emotional, I can get a little like worked up, but we're talking for resolution. Like, like a lot of the internet is not that, right? So even when it's not like, so for black people all throughout, even when it's not like African American versus Jamaicans or Jamaican, there will be something else that you will find is rooted in there There's another, like, if you put the Yorubas, the Igbos, and the Hausas in a room online, leave them, take everybody else off Twitter, let them do it. And watch them. Eventually, they'll get to some shit, and then when they start attacking each other, they'll use some shit that the white man made up too. Oh, the Igbos are better with money. The Yoruba are faster. Like, we talk about the Igbo people like they Jewish or some shit. Right? So that's where the struggle with me is like, it's like, oh, you're perpetuating shit, and it's like, you just feel better because you're talking about another group of people that you don't see as kin. And that's, I think, what the main point of what I was trying to say to you. So I hope that makes sense. All right, guys, it's 7:15. I gotta go. All right, I gotta go. Does anybody have any final words? Sorry, I gotta go.
I was trying to ask you, Kate, had you seen the hip hop flow chart before? When you was talking about Jamaican slaves, it brought up that thought in my mind, how I feel like a diaspora.
Are you talking about the one that tells you how everything derives from?
Exactly that.
Oh, okay.
But you see what I'm saying? Like that it's like, I feel like that would be educational for me. I feel like I would love to see something like that for us, because like my sister when you see me was saying, like, they make us feel like that's the biggest trigger for me. If I could put a nail in that coffin of the conversation we was having the whole time, I'm triggered because by Black people, I didn't get to say that and I apologize, but by Black people, children of slaves, and other cultures, I know at times, and there are exceptions to that rule, right? But I know at times it's looked like we have made no contributions and that we are subhuman and subpar and uncultured people. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like I'm just don't go off.
No.
It's not.
I was just saying,
I feel like it would be beneficial for us to see our differences
and be able to see
our
it
similarities.
Yeah, I just think that I'm not quite sure I trust the people that exist on the internet. I don't think I trust human beings that much. I get what you're saying. Musa, I always go live Sunday. Musa, I go live every Sunday, 3 p.m. And I hopefully try to end at 5, but unfortunately it does not happen. No, Issa, I get what you're saying. It's just that I'm doing that thing that I did Friday again. Like, I'm like, I don't think I trust human beings to even be able to like receive this well. Right? But you have a point. Would it help? I don't know. Should I challenge myself to look into something like that? I don't think I'm smart enough to do it by myself.
I think you are, but it's okay. Maybe eventually.
That's collective.
Like
you, I would have to call you.
That would be
I would have to call a professor. No, no one man should be in charge. That should be
not at all. No,
like I think we would all have to sit down and
wholeheartedly, yes.
And but what is the main point of the essay today? Guys, I'm leaving, but God. This started about talking about the unfair burden on Black art, and I think I was speaking to hip hop mostly, because that's what we talk about on here. I was talking about but also Black art that's not just film, comedy, Black art internationally. When we talk about Afro beats and stuff like that, reggae, and what we expect. And as you can see, we've got here. And I'm not saying that there's a burden on me, because I don't know what the hell I am. But as you can see, I was like, oh man, should I not take this ship here? Look where the conversation has ended. Like, I feel like I'm just some content creator on TikTok, right? But as you know, Issa, someone else will point out, I was like, you don't get to do that, buddy. There's something up there, right? We got here. And like, some people are saying, are we here because we're lacking activists? Are we here because we're lacking intellectual people that can do all this? To Issa's point that I want to take home with me, and that's I hope y'all all take points from each other and stuff. And Salita's point too, she gave me a few points that I'm going to take home with me, because you talked about drawing a line and things like that. The point I really also going to take home is, are we so lacking in the people that can do the actual work that this is all that we're left with? Right, this is all they were left with. That, and if it's not all they were left with, am I doing a terrible job of going to find those people that incredibly do this work and help and put them in the forefront? I refuse to believe that the days of the 70s and 80s where Black leaders all across the world would sit down and they seem to be on page is gone. And the same that where entertainers would go. You don't remember the days when rappers would go to Farrakhan? That's insane to me. Like that was the time. But anyway, and I need to understand what this burden is. Like, where are we? Are we demanding too much? Do we only demand too much from one person? Where do we draw the line? But that's all I have for today. Right? Chat, I'm out of here. I hope this was useful. The goals haven't been articulated yet. That's probably the problem. But you're right. But at the end of the day, what are the goal? Is the goal just to be treated as human? I should have led live with that. Was the goal just to be freaking human? Just to be able to enjoy your music, listen to music, just to be able to have your culture and no one's telling you that it's not this, just to be able to connect like Europeans can create the European Union and everybody's cool with it, nobody getting assassinated. Right? America can go join and make NATO with the rest of the other Europeans. So can Canada. Where's the African country in NATO? No, it's North Alliance. It's the Northern Alliance Treaty Organization. Yeah, it's WIDO. It's the White Alliance Organization. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get a bunch of Africans. You get what I'm saying? All right, y'all be cool. I'm out of here. That's the end of the goal. What's the end? What's the goal? This is what I'm gonna leave with. I promise, and I'm really out. This is what the goal is. The goal is, can we just be human? Can black people across the world just be human? Can we dance when it's time to dance? Can we get upset when it's time to get upset? Can we unionize? Can we get in groups and say, hey, bro, you want to join forces or nations before somebody say you're a terrorist group? Before a coup is happening? Before somebody getting assassinated? Can our pop singers just sing pop and everybody's okay? Can our revolutionaries just sing revolutionaries and everybody's okay? Okay, God bless. That's the goal.
Like
I
Big
figured
said,
it
can we
out.
all get along? Can we
I
all
figured
get
it out.
along?
That's the goal, man. To be goddamn, just be human. All right, man. Y'all be cool.